tops.
That is a world-class leg. I think he enjoyed that one. Pretty indeed.
Found convincingly. 4-14 darter.
And this is pressure being applied.
Does he tempt the bullseye? He does tempt the bullseye!
To book his place into Saturday night.
And a very fine finish.
Happy Feet takes the little fish.
Hello and welcome to finals night here at the Modus Super Series. Another week of action about to conclude, and another player at the end of tonight will book their place in Champions Week. And we can't talk about Champions Week without having a champion in the studio. Paul Nicholson, former Players Champion and a part of the furniture at the Super Series. I'll tell you what, it's been pretty comfy furniture, hasn't it? Because every Saturday night recently has been breathtaking stuff to watch.
Yeah, I think we're boiling up for one of the best series we've ever had, but one of the best weeks that we've had in a qualifying week over the last couple of years. Been full of drama. And when you talk about people having dominating qualities, some of them haven't even made Saturday night. But this has just been a really interesting week, and I'm fascinated to see how it ends.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fantastic week so far. We've had some really high standard stuff. Just what have you enjoyed the most this week?
Group B. I thought it was full of fun. The standard was exceptional from multiple players as well. The standard went up from Group A, in my opinion, to Group B. And Group C was just a little bit different. It didn't have the standard of the other two groups, but it had the drama and it had the sprint finish as well. And how Darius Labanauskas made it into Saturday night, I'm still trying to figure it out.
Right, let's show you who is in action tonight before we dig a little bit deeper into the week that's been. Here are the finalists. Paul, Dan Asprey, a bit of an unknown. We'll come on to him in a moment. Richie Howson, Ross Montgomery, senior stars of the sport. Ted Evetts, who was a junior star of the sport, and Justin Hood has won here before, along with Darius Labanauskas, who, as you said, snuck into this night.
Yeah, nice mix here. You've got Labanauskas on debut week, Dan Asprey on debut week as well, and you've got a nice mix of people who have done it before and people who have been very close. So everyone's got motivation tonight. Everybody wants to come back in a couple of weeks for Champions Week, but to get there, it's going to be a tall task.
Right, let's go through the week group by group. Group A was won by the man we just mentioned, Dan Asprey. Now, we spoke about the standard in Group B, which we'll touch on more in a moment, but look how close this was. It's the lowest ever points tally to win a Group A. What does that tell us?
It tells you everything almost. I think when it comes to the standard was good, but 5 games out from the end on Wednesday, there was a possibility that 5 players could have had 16 points at the end. That tells you even more, doesn't it? But the ability for Asprey to get the job done, albeit by a fine margin, tells you that he has got stones. He has got this ability to play under pressure. The pressure's going to be different for him tonight, but this is a debut week for Dan, and it couldn't really have gone much better in the first 3 days. He had some good numbers in there. He might have to find a little bit more tonight if he's going to find his way to the trophy.
Yeah, and he's got a little collection of friends and family with him this sat right by the stage. How much of a comfort can that be someone on what will be a very different experience tonight?
It depends on the person, because some players get more from having people behind them. We've seen in the past how Jimmy Van Schie has responded to people chanting his name, but some players like to go out there and be a lone wolf, but some, when they have that support, they can find a little bit extra. I hope he's the second door.
Fallon Sherrock and Ted Evetts both missed the opportunity to win that group. They both had matches where if they won those games, they would have won and fell into Group B. This is how the Group B table ended up. So we're going to start with Fallon. How disappointed is she going to be, having had that chance and all of those 6 points she got on Thursday night?
Yeah, a pointless night on Friday, but the standard that was levelled against her, she did have some really key moments in that campaign. 2 missed match darts on a Friday night in a match that was fabulous. And she had 5 battles with Ted Evetts as well. Ultimately, in the end, Ted just shaded it. But she played really well this week. It just needed 1 or 2% more.
Richie Howson is a man we should be speaking about, though, because that was a dominant display in what was a very difficult group on paper.
On paper, it was a very difficult week at the start for Richie, coming in on Thursday, but his assurance through the group and his confidence on the outer ring was outrageously good. I cannot say enough about Richie this week. That group was laden with so much talent and experience. And the fact that he won that group by a stretch tells you everything about where his game is at right now.
Yeah, and everybody that has made it through deserves it, because that group was the highest quality Group B statistically we've ever had here at the Modus Super Series.
And if people were watching week 12 of Series 6, they know that Group B, which also included Ted Evetts, by the way, it was outrageously good. So you had Tom Sykes, I believe, in there. You might have had, I think it was Scott Taylor as well as Ted Evetts. The standard of play that we saw from all of these guys and the girl, it was just like this over the 2 days. Finishes like that were being plucked. It felt like every game. Montgomery was hitting big shots. He had 2 1-5-6s. Evetts had big finishes pretty much every day of the week. We could be sitting here and talking about the big finishes those guys and Fallon had for the next few hours. It was a ridiculously good group, and I would happily watch it again.
92.51, the average for the entire group. How good is that?
Exceptional. We look at this series, and we maybe think that if you're averaging somewhere in the region of 87 to 89 and 35% in your doubles, you're going to do damage. But they're the kind of numbers that Fallon had and didn't go through. So it tells you that Group B was just extra special.
Group C, Group B made Group C look rubbish. However, Justin Hood, he had a very different qualification campaign to Darius Labanauskas, who got through with him. And we're going to talk about Johnny Haynes missing out as well. But Hood won all of his games on Thursday and was hanging on in the end.
He was. Going into his last match, he had to win it. He was probably hoping that he didn't have to win that match, because on Friday he didn't play anywhere near as well. But if you look at his first performance of the week, it was very, very good. But shots like this, he was 3-3 with Haynes. If he does not hit this shot, the ripple effect of missing that double top, we don't know what could have happened. He could have easily missed out.
Now, Johnny Haynes was in that position in other games as well. Hood did it to him. So did Labanauskas. He took out a 90 checkout against Haynes. So in both of the games against the two players that he was up against, he ends up losing in cruel fashion. He must be sick as a chip watching tonight.
Yeah, Johnny was very comfortable in the table after Thursday's play. But when he's standing at the back of the hockey here watching Darius do this, he's saying, please don't hit this, Darius. But Darius has somehow found a way to Saturday night. And with all of his experience over the last 10 years, who knows what he could do here with a knockout-style format. And maybe with this truncated format tonight, he might find that extra level that he will need.
Right, let's show you who's been allocated which group. Group 1 tonight features Dan Asprey, the Group A winner, Darius Labanauskas and Ross Montgomery, who are runners-up in their respective groups. For me, Group 2 is the standout group tonight. Richie Howson, Justin Hood and Ted Evetts. That is going to be tricky to get through.
Yeah, I think the first one's going to be tricky as well. But when you look at Group 2, I think Justin Hood is up against it. His standard of play has decreased from Thursday to Friday, whereas with Howson and Evetts, I think they're on an upward curve and they've got much better numbers for the week. It is just a guide, what they've done the last couple of days, but form sometimes does give you some sort of indication.
Yeah, and speaking of form, earlier today, the odds were one way and they have changed pretty quickly. This is an indication of what's happened. So you can see the market moves there. Ted Evetts getting a little bit shorter, Justin Hood getting a little bit bigger. He was the favourite, but Richie Howson has now taken that mantle.
Before looking at this graphic earlier, I was informed that Justin Hood was favourite and my face scrunched up. Now, I like Justin. I think he's a very confident player, got lots of qualities which are very good for this place and beyond. But based on the numbers of this week and the trends as well, there's no way that Justin Hood is the favourite for tonight. Richie Howson is. He's got the best numbers. The double statistics, which we'll get into, can't be ignored. And he's made a final here before, whereas a lot of these other people have not. I know that Justin's won a week, but it was a long time ago.
Yeah, well, we're going to get the action underway in a moment, but the last task for you is the same one I ask you every week. Mm-hmm. Who is going to win?
I can't look past Richie Howson at this point. He looked so good the last couple of days. And based on what he's done in 2024 and over the last couple of months, I'd have to go with him.
Well, enjoy it. You're going to join Henry Deacon to talk us through the action, and it is about to get underway. The first match features Dan Asprey, the ADC qualifier, and the Lithuanian lobber Darius Labanauskas. And Henry spoke to both men before tonight got underway.
Dan, been quite the experience for yourself here at the Modus Super Series. How would you assess your Group A campaign?
I can't moan at being here. Performances have been okay. I can play better. So hopefully that first stop pings in the top of the treble 20 tonight.
What was your first thoughts and preconceptions when you walked into the booth? And what was your original goals and expectations?
The only expectation I had was to play well. Results, they weren't the be-all and end-all. Obviously, you never play to not win. So I was trying to win. And luckily I got enough to get over the line.
Talk us through that crazy end to Group A on Wednesday.
It was mad. Going into them last 3 games, and for Andy and James to put in 103 averages against your opponents, you're just thinking, wow, maybe it's my week.
It could well be your week. You're into Saturday night. You've done some bits in your career, but where would a Saturday night here at the Super Series compare to what you've done before?
Got to be the top. Playing against people of this quality, game after game, you just don't get it anywhere else, especially for not someone at my level anyway.
I get the feeling that there's a real quiet confidence about yourself this evening.
I'm always confident in my ability. If I play well, I'm going to give myself chances to win.
Well, Dan, we wish you all the very best this evening. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, Darius, you've had quite a dramatic debut here at the Modus Super Series. How would you say this week's gone from your perspective?
Yeah, yesterday was very dramatic because I'm waiting last game, yeah, and of course was important win game before against Highness, yeah, but yeah, when I was on Group B, first 2-3 days I'm also had the option be number 1, but I didn't check out on 2 legs. I have 4 match darts for win games, and this is change also. Yeah, sometimes we're lucky, sometimes unlucky. Yeah.
Were you disappointed with Monday to Wednesday, and did you feel you really fixed it in the last 2 days?
It's. You mean I'm thinking about what?
So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, how did you feel you played in those days?
Actually, I like to play all days. It's little bit. It's very nice to have a new other option, like second chance. You know, you don't need to win one game, but you can do maybe play well and lose, but you have a chance to qualify for next days. And it's morning session. It's start on morning. Very good. I like that.
And finally, let's talk about tonight. How much are you looking forward to it? And if you could win this evening, how big would this be for yourself?
Actually, I played a lot of games, and if I will be the best tonight after this long marathon, it will be great. Yeah, it's one of the best my win will be. Yeah.
Well, Darius, we wish you all the very best of luck tonight, and we hope you throw well.
Thank you very much.
Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor,
Reese Robinson,
Conor Heenahan,
Bradley Roos.
Neil Duff,
Andreas Dirty Harrison. It's Jimmy Van Schie,
Bradley Brooks, Kieran Chian,
Bow and Arrow, Mo Greaves.
And at the end of this evening, there will be 10 players through to Champions Week. The opening match about to get underway in Group 1 here on Saturday at the Super Series. And Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas, is looking to make it his lucky day. He sneaked through Group C on his Super Series debut after his opponent here had a bit of a surprise win in Group A. The ADC qualifier from Telford, Dan Asprey, has had a dream start to life here in Portsmouth. Can he carry it on with victory over Labanauskas to put one foot in the semi-finals? Talking you through all of tonight's action are our top commentary duo, Paul Nicholson, who's alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Very good evening, everybody. And so to the final third as far as qualification for Champions Week is concerned. Week 10 prior to Monday morning, a lot of people said that the winner of the series could come from this bunch of players. And this final six have all had to do something fairly special, one way or another, to punch their ticket to the Saturday night party. Your referee, the Dutchman, Marco Meyer, refereed 10 World Championships at the Lakeside. The first dart of the night is going to be thrown by Dan Asprey. He's hoping that he's going to be throwing the final dart of the night. Come 11 o'clock this evening, the asset Paul Nicholson is alongside myself in the commentary box. For Darius Labanauskas, even being here at one point yesterday felt like a task too far.
Yeah, just a bit. But can we just start on the right foot? Because we like to make a little bit of history here in Portsmouth. Darius is the first Lithuanian player to make Saturday night here at the Modus Super Series. But he's the second Lithuanian to have played here. So don't just think it's all on his shoulders. Mindaugas Barauskas had a chance a few months back. He couldn't do it, but Darius, by hook or by crook, is here and will have a chance. But it's 2 games per group. If you're in the top 2 of Group 1 or Group 2, you will go through to the semi-finals where the knockout stuff begins.
Asprey went off 5-1 with the odds compilers to go on and win the evening. An evening where the bookies really didn't quite know where to hedge their bets, with odds swinging one way or another various times before play got underway. Asprey first poke at the 160. He's got 6 from here to take out the opening leg of the evening. We'll leave a square ton after 12 with Labanauskas just meandering his way towards a finish in this opening leg.
There's a solid start from Dan, who hasn't thrown a competitive dart since Wednesday afternoon. This is his first evening session of the week. And indeed, because it's his debut, it's his first evening session here at all.
44.
The same case could be made for both players, of course, on debut. Labanauskas, 76 to take out the first leg. Asprey had dominated the scoring phases, but it's the Lithuania as the first darts a double and pins it first time. The double 8 ensures a 14 dart break in the opening leg. The Lithuanian leads by a leg to nil.
Game on.
Feels opportunity missed.
One thing about Saturday night, chances are few and far between.
60.
Such a lovely mix of countries already in Champions Week. England has multiple representation from the likes of Rhys Robinson, Bradley
42.
Brooks and Bo Greaves. Ireland's got a couple in the shape of Conor Heenahan and Kieran Tian. The Netherlands have got a couple. Northern Ireland's there. Sweden is there.
180.
Throughout the week, Darius has played some good darts. And I put emphasis on the word good. Because an average of 87.56 this week, whereas that is good most weeks, it only just got him here. Because
85.
most of the players in this group here tonight, and in the other group, have played better than that.
And it was a case of saving his best till last. Those are the figures of the 5 days. But he actually, in Group C, put a couple of points on it. 89.27. Incidentally, actually, both players that went through hit 35 doubles from 112 attempts in that Group C. Darius, 31.25% on the outer ring. It's the lowest figures of anybody. And you get the sense that if he was to be successful tonight, he's going to have to improve on that. But he's got off to a great start. 14 darter in the first to break. And he's left himself on double 18 after 12 to move 2-0 in front.
Yeah, I echo your sentiments, Henry, because I think this department's got to be right on point, which is exactly what it is at the start of Saturday night. He's had the most darts at double this entire week. And because he's hit 2 from 2, he's now had 250 darts at a double this week. And nobody else has even cracked 200. I know he's played the most games. But in some campaigns on a daily basis this week, he's had an awful lot of shots. But he's missed an awful lot of shots. That cannot happen here tonight.
But when you get through in the circumstances that Darius did make it through last night, and it was by the skin of his teeth,
57.
can you almost come into the scene with a 3-1 and almost have that bit of a scare which forces you to play your best?
Judging by some of the words he said in his interview, he knows that this week has been a very difficult one to get used to in debut. But to see two people making their debut here this week, making their first Saturday night in the first game, maybe tells you that people are more prepared to come here and succeed from the off than ever before. But we've just seen Team Asprey in the front there. They're looking decidedly nervous.
Well, it's a big moment for him. Prior to this week, there was a lot of good words being spoken about him.
139.
That 1-3-9 leads himself on 78 after draw. And he backed it up in terms of his numbers this week in Group A. An overall average of 87.56. Checkouts, 32.03%. 49 hits from 153 attempts. And he's hoping to reduce the deficit to 2-1 by pinning this 78. Should be a dart at tops. It's his first double in this match. But he can't find it. And Labanauskas, 156 for the double break and a 3-0 lead.
Not meant to be in a week that has seen a plethora of big finishes.
20.
Every single day we've been getting big ones planted. But that small one is planted.
Dan Asprey.
And a little less nerves there for Team Asprey.
Forward Laggers, Darius to throw first.
2 games of best of 7 per person, per group. I mentioned that if you're in the top 2, you will make it through to the semi-finals. Whoever wins the group will have the darts in their respective semi-finals.
57.
One person will leave at the end of the group per group. But if they can't be separated by points or leg difference, we go to legs 1, and there is still the possibility of a 9-dart shootout. We've already had one of those in this series, and what a night that was.
Yeah, Jimmy Van Schie winning that particular 9-dart shootout. He was in action in Denmark on a Scotsman. Already made it through to the final in that particular competition. But what you didn't see there on the camera shot was the big celebration that Dan let out when he won the leg. He is supercharged, super pumped up, and he's had 2 days, remember, because he won Group A to think exactly about this occasion.
And he has played Darius in Group A, so he knows about his pace, he knows his tendencies.
100.
I think maybe it's a good thing that he's been given someone familiar in his first game on a Saturday night. However, the other person in this group, Ross Montgomery, don't forget about him.
86.
At times, over the last couple of nights, he's played some stunning stuff.
It's almost been the forgotten man.
95. Darius, you require 96.
That wouldn't be a bad nickname for somebody.
Well, Labanauskas is in full control of this game. He could move 3-1 in front, but he cannot find the treble with the second dart. So it gives Asprey an outside opportunity to break back and level this game up at 2 apiece if he could pin the 146.
Biggest finish of his week came on Wednesday of 154.
94. Darius, you require 40.
This is what's so great about a Saturday. It's so cutthroat. First miss started a double. Can he deny Dan a shot for a level game?
20.
That he cannot, and the volume goes up 52. In here.
Because they sense the opening that's presented itself for Dan Asprey here. Tops for 2-2. Double 10. 1 dart left in hand.
Yeah,
he finds it pretty much to the same corner as last time. And the contingent, which includes his partner, who just cannot watch the action, are being put right through it here. 2 apiece and 2-0 down. Asprey now has the game back in his control.
One of the things you've got to get used to at this level of darts and beyond is that if you want to change your life, you've got to be able to do it in uncomfortable circumstances. In what line of work can you progress in life by doing something easier?
60.
I can't think of anything. This could be a career-defining night for someone like Dan. This might be where his career starts.
134.
The narrative for Darius is very different. He's been plying his trade all over Europe for the last decade. He's looking to rediscover a level of form that will take him back to where he's been the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, Dan Asprey could try and follow in the
59.
fold of Tom Sykes, because he's kind of become the poster boy for what people like to call the ADC route. Winning week 10, one of the early weeks of 2024, and then
125.
coming so close to picking up the title, losing out in the final to Scott Taylor, who we're going to see have a second bite at retaining his crown next week.
59.
Tom Sykes is not in Champions Week. There are some strong names who have not made Saturday nights here in this series.
140.
As a consequence of that, some big
149.
names are not going to be here at the end of May. Darius may just be going 3-2 up, but he cannot afford
125. Darius
to miss the way he did
36.
in the previous leg.
If this goes, Dan will feel like the opportunity he
that's
gave
been shown in
himself
the
to get
fifth
back
flag.
into the match
That is
has been
Labanauskas.
evaporated at the first time of asking. Labanauskas breaks in 13. He moves 3-2 in front
6
and
flag.
now
It's
has the
Darius to
dars
throw
to win the
first.
opening match of the
Game
evening.
on.
The tighter the game is, the more precarious the situation in the group. We do have someone here tonight who has been involved in a 9-dart shootout before. That's Richie Howson,
140.
but he's in the other group with Ted Evetts and Justin Hood, who has the majority of the fans here tonight. I hope the Chinese
97.
restaurants on London Road have been made aware that Justin Hood's crew is here, because if he wins tonight, there's going to be a celebration here in North End of Portsmouth.
And Labanauskas now really is closing in on the finishing line. Maximum leads himself on 181 after 6. And it's within 6 now of a
60.
4-2 win. Asprey did so well to get himself back in the match after going 2-0 behind. But the task, it feels, was just one too much.
What is going on here? Because all week long, he has trudged his way through certain groups,
105.
certain matches, and only just made Saturday night. His best average all week is 93.55. This is nearly
59.
10 points
Darius
better than
requires
that.
76.
This format awakens something, especially when you've got this guy's experience.
The saying is, form is temporary, but
36.
class is permanent. And this has been a classy performance from Darius, but he can't quite finish it off there. He is going to return for 3 more at tops, and he's probably going to have as much time as he wants over it.
81.
He's going to have at least another 6 more
Darius
to
requires
complete
40.
victory in the opening match of the evening and to put himself in great stead to progress through to the semi-finals. Double 10. And Lucky D
Game shot
is on the
and the
board.
match,
Darius
Darius
Labanauskas, who almost got eliminated from contention in Group C yesterday afternoon, gets his campaign for Saturday night up and running to a perfect degree. A wave to the crowd after what was a superb performance. 98.5 the average, 40% on the doubles. Labanauskas has come out and set his stall out for the evening. Coming up after the break, Richie Howson, the bookmaker's favourite. There's a lot of late money coming in on the Owl, and he will take on Ted Evetts after this short break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first game has been played and Darius Labanauskas got a victory against Dan Asprey, who will need to return and win his second game in Group 1, or he will be heading home from finals night. But it is Group 2 that is about to get underway, and Richie Howson, the star performer of Group B over the last couple of nights and favourite to lift the trophy tonight, he takes on Super Ted, the former World Youth Champion Ted Evetts, who had a chat with Henry Deacon earlier tonight.
Ted, some real good stuff from yourself this week, particularly in Group B. Happy overall with the way things have gone?
Yeah, I think my inconsistencies took over at times, but I mean, Tumpless checkouts have been very enjoyable for me this week. Give me 3 darts at a double, it's been a bit like, ooh, maybe not then. But yeah, no, overall, I mean, I've been struggling all year really, so it's nice to get wins under my belt and then progress from last time being here of actually making finals night this time. So yeah, can't complain too much.
Was having the full week here actually an opportunity for you to get a bit more confidence under your belt?
Yeah, for sure, but at the same time, it's can go the other way if you're not doing so well. So, I mean, for me, like I say, finished second in Group A the first time I came, second again, so I was a bit like, come on, you're playing better this time, but still coming out as the same. So, yeah, like I say, just getting to the finals night tonight, I'm a lot more happy.
And we saw obviously at first of that 111 average. Things really did click in the evening sessions, didn't they?
Yeah, which surprises me because I'm an early bird, I won't lie. So I think I'd got to a point with that game where I was just like, do you know what? I was that tired, chilled out and just relaxed. And I mean, they do say you play your best stuff when you're relaxed.
And going into tonight, obviously first time at a finals night here at the Super Series, got the crowd, the added dynamic and a title on the line.
Of course, I do enjoy playing in front of a crowd, whether it's 100 people, whether it's 1,000 people or more kind of thing. So just relax you a little bit more. You can turn around, have a little look at someone, and sometimes you can have a giggle, or sometimes if you're needing that little, come on, give yourself a kick, someone in the crowd might be that person doing it for you, whether you know them or not. If you get someone look at you and go, come on, like, keep going. That's all you need sometimes. So I'm looking forward to it.
And on the subject of confidence, if you were successful tonight after the last 12, 18 months, so how much would a tournament like this under your belt just give you that confidence as we approach the second half of the year?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't won a tournament for a long time. So for me, it's just like I was used to, say, 4 or 5 years ago playing the Dev Tour. I was winning. Every weekend I was turning up, I was winning something. So whether the Pro Tours and that weren't going my way, I was still winning a few games because of that little bit of confidence that you need sometimes to push you through a game that you might not get through at current feeling.
We wish you all the very best this evening. Take good luck.
Cheers.
Richie, some great stuff from yourself this week. How would you assess your overall performances?
Yeah, Henry, I'm quite pleased the way things have gone this week. It was a really, really tough group, and I just sort of held it together. I took my finishes out when I needed to, and ended up on top, which I wouldn't have expected at the beginning of the night, or the beginning of 2 days, to be honest.
Is the last 6 months the best Richie Howson's ever played?
To be honest, probably the last year, I think I have, to be honest with you. It's I'm really enjoying my darts now, and I think that makes the world of difference. And winning the Champion of Champions has been a massive boost for me. So, yeah, life's great. I'm enjoying it.
You just trying to ride that crest of a wave for as long as you possibly can.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm 59 this year, so I know it's not going to last forever. The wheels could fall off this year. Who knows? But it's all about, at the moment, enjoy it while it's here. It's a game of darts at the end of the day. It's not life and death, so you've got to enjoy it. If you're not enjoying it, don't do it.
So last year was a year of getting very close to winning things. This year you won the Champion of Champions. Last year you came close to winning a week here at the Super Series a couple of times. Is that the next one to tick off the Richie Howson bucket list?
100%. Obviously, I think if you get to Modus, you want to win a week, and I think I've made finals night nearly every time I've been here, apart from one, and been beating the final. So yeah, the next step would be to try and win a week, and we'll see. But it's such a tough group again tonight. It's just how you play on the night. And
you're one of those that the better the practice, the better the environment, you just relish the challenge and the competition, don't you?
Yeah, and I love a stage as well. So we'll just have to see what happens.
We look forward to watching you play, Richie. All the very best. Good luck.
Thanks, Henry.
Yeah, the Owl flying high at the Modus Super Series. He was fantastic in his Group B campaign. He averaged more than 93 across 2 nights of play. That's 8 matches, and dominated what was a really stacked group, stacked with quality and talent, including the opponent he's got in his first game tonight, Super Ted Evetts, up against Howson, who, as he mentioned in that interview with Henry, did win the World Seniors Champion of Champions to back up that World Seniors Championship final earlier this year. The 58-year-old looking now to add another trophy to his growing collection. He takes on Ted Evetts, the 26-year-old former world youth champion who got through Group B alongside him. And this is a big game in this group. It also features Justin Hood, who's already won on that stage. So whoever loses the match will know they're going to have their work cut out. I will now hand you back to Henry, who's alongside Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so to game 2 of our evening session, and to the man that is the bookmaker's favourite to go on a win this evening, Richie Howson went off a 10-3 favourite with the odds compilers to win this evening, taking on Ted Evetts here at a finals night for the very first time at the Modus Super Series. Howson on the crest of a wave, the reigning champion of champions, as Chris mentioned in the build-up to this match. He'll be hoping to add the Modus Super Series, a weekly title here, to the ever glistening resume of the hour. As for Ted Evetts, it's been a little while between drinks as far as the title is concerned for him, dropping off the PDC Pro Tour at the back end of 2023. As we head towards the midway point of 2024, you get the sense that a win will be high up on his radar.
Very much so, and a lot of people who play on the PDC Pro Tour don't get that experience of winning. So when you drop off the tour, it's about winning again.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Richie Howson is a winner this year. Ted would like to get that feeling back. This is Richie's 5th Saturday night here. He's already made a final before. And the favourite for the title tonight starts in perfect fashion. Playing an opponent that he's played the last couple of nights and beaten twice as well. What can we say about Richie from the last couple of days?
100.
Involved in the best Group B scenario we've ever seen. And that's saying something considering what we've seen over the last few years. But 93.27 is average for the week, which is the best of anybody making Saturday night. But hold the phone about the doubles. We talked with Richie last night about them. He said they were good. We relayed his numbers to him, and they make for
59.
Outrageous reading. 31 hits from 57 attempts. That's 54% for 8 games. That's beyond world class.
100.
Well, Howson has got off like a house on fire in this opening leg, leaving himself on a finish after 9. And Evetts, you could tell with that first start, was a bit of a nervy start from him. Howson, all the time he wants from the 121, decides to go more conventional in terms of the finishing than anything else.
89.
A lot of players would go 25, but he decided to start on the double 20 and leads himself on double 16 after 12 to win the opening leg.
This could be a really tough gig for Ted to start Saturday night off.
113. Richie,
It does look from this first leg as if Howson is just leaving nothing in the tank.
That's game short in the first leg.
Inevitable
Richie
brilliance
Howson
on the outer ring. And Team Howson are very happy immediately as
Second leg
Richie
is Ted
laces
to
up his
first.
third different
Game on.
pair of shoes in the last 3 nights. He's getting a bit swanky over the age of 50 as Richie. You tend to find that most dart players wear the same
42.
shoes concurrently every day. But Howson, oh no. I wear something different every single day. He's like the Modus Super Series Lady Gaga.
100.
Well, you're hoping that he's got the poker face to oversee the evening's action. And who knows, if he wins tonight, he might have a paparazzi follow him out the building. He'd take all the applause of this fine crowd
90.
here, assembled on the south coast. There are those pair of Bobby Dazzlers that Richie has on him.
That's a classy pair of shoes right there. We've seen some awful shoes over the years.
60.
There's a pair I can get my my eyes behind. I know Kevin Painter would like them. He's a big fan of good shoes. And there is one happy bunny today because
99.
Ipswich Town were promoted to the Premier League today. So anybody who's supporting Ipswich Town today, congratulations. And commiserations to anybody who was relegated from their respective divisions. And congratulations
60.
to everybody who survived. So many sporting stories today, but we are going to lock up another one by 11:30 tonight here in Portsmouth.
Chris Murphy will be a happy man. His beloved Owls survived the drop this afternoon.
They played really well
100.
recently. Congratulations to the Owls. But I assure you, Richie Howson is not a fan of Sheffield Wednesday. He likes West Ham.
100.
Well, you could
That's
say
to
that the
require
start for Ted had been a
170.
bit tense, but he's been the first player to leave a finish in this second. Even himself the fish. He's got a couple of goes from here to square this match up at one apiece.
96.
He really should as well. The last thing you want to do is give Richie Howson some wiggle room.
$97. That should require 74.
74 for Ted to level this match up at one apiece.
He's going to have to go the bull route. Centre of the board.
49. Richie, you require 84.
Really haven't had a lot of bullseye finishes this week, but the ones that have been hit were very important.
Could there be a timely bullseye here for Howson? For the break of throw and a 2-0 lead.
35.
Not to be, couldn't find the
That should
line, he couldn't
require
find the length.
25.
Can't hit a single 9 better than that.
Yeah, that's game
Can't
short of
check
the second
25
one.
better than that.
Evetts.
Nice response from Ted.
Third leg
Maybe
is
one of
Richie to
the
throw
neutral
first.
players here in Portsmouth tonight, because some people have a lot of fans here. Now, Ted's numbers for the week:
60.
23 games played, an average of 91.79. In some weeks, that would be seen as an amazing effort, but he's been overshadowed by Richie Howson the last couple of days.
140.
And he's 42% in his doubles for the week. That's good form. And he's equally the best 180 hitter coming into Saturday night of anybody
100.
playing on Saturday night. But the most 180s this week have been hit by someone who was not here. Fallon Sherrick had 34. Ted and Dan Asprey started with 24.
100.
Yeah, the Queen of the Palace will be disappointed not to make her way through to finals night. And talking of female players who've had midpoint success, congratulations
100.
to last week's weekly winner, Bo Greaves, in winning the WDF Denmark Open earlier on this evening.
Another week, another title. We'll see Bo in just over 2 weeks' time.
55.
That is going to be one crazy group here, because she's got to be there with her running average for the week, which is very similar to that of Richie Howson over the last couple of days.
Well, her running average for the week
100.
last week was 93.79. Now, I'm going to put it quite safely. It'll be enough for Group A.
Got to put the pressure on that 141, and he's done so
174.
majestically.
Richie, you require 141.
Well, Howson, who got off to a blistering start, has just been reeled in but here by Ted, and now has the opportunity to break the
59.
throws. Left himself
That
on a
should
double
require
after 12
32.
to move himself 2-1 in front. Settled
that's
in
game
nicely
short
now
of
to
the
the
third
task,
one.
hasn't he?
Ted
And that's the Evetts clan that have made their way over to the South Coast this evening.
Forward leg is set to throw first. Game on.
The first 4 competitors of the night, 3 of them have never played on a Saturday night here before.
45.
And the next person to grace the stage, for the first time tonight is Ross Montgomery, who has never won a game on a Saturday night on this stage,
59.
albeit he's only played twice. The most experienced player at this stage of the week is Richie Howson.
180.
Somebody is starting to make their move. The form of Howson has gone a bit lukewarm, whereas Evetts is getting hotter.
The way this contest has panned out so far is almost the antithesis of how many people would suspected it to have gone.
Maybe we shouldn't be that shocked. Evetts does have the best individual performance of the week. 111.33, which you were doing some digging on a little bit earlier
83.
today, Henry, and you found out that that's his personal best now.
Yeah, that's his highest ever recorded average we can find in a match. His previous biggest was 109.55. So Evetts has broken new ground, has broken into new territories numerically, and he's hoping to do so
60.
in terms of winning a title here at the Live Lounge tonight. And this start isn't doing his chances any damage whatsoever. We spoke about the late bloomers in terms of the bookmakers market. Well, Ted was one of them. He began the day 5-1, same price as Dan Asprey. He moved into fours at the beginning of the evening's play and now has this 116 and 6 from here to open up a 3-1 lead and to move himself a leg away from the finishing line against the bookies' favourite that was Richie Howson.
45.
There was a lot of flight action on that last dart. Trying to bulldoze his way through to the treble 20. And maybe he should have used a different part of the board if he wanted a cleaner shot.
25. That requires 71.
That's not worked out for Howson. After the first leg, you thought that maybe Howson was going to be in the mood to put Evetts in his place.
31.
But it's Ted who's going to come back for tops to have a 3-1 advantage against someone he hasn't beaten this week in 2 attempts.
And the problem for Richie is he just isn't
59.
finding that first
That's
dart.
required
And it is
40.
causing him all sorts of problems for darts 2 and 3. Evetts tops a 3-1.
He doesn't have the luxury of busting it unless he wants to take some sort of crazy gamble.
Yeah, that's game short in the forward line.
Don't gamble,
Evetts.
just bank it. Now, if Howson wants to get
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first.
a win in this game, he's going to have to win 3 straight legs. He's only lost 1 game this week. And he lost that to Shane McGurk, who didn't qualify
60.
for tonight.
Shane McGurk, who must have been thinking, what have I walked into over the course of the last couple of days in Group B?
I can categorise Shane McGurk's week from the last couple of nights.
134.
It was the equivalent of being on Gladiators in that game Gauntlet. And he constantly found himself going through brick walls. But he only got through 2 of them.
100.
The other 6 held him at bay.
Well, Evetts is leading 3-1. He's playing okay, but he's gesticulating to the back of the stage that he's not oh so comfortable, not oh so happy with the way things are going up to press.
85.
Had a little bit of a waved arm movement in the air, didn't he, after he won that 3rd leg?
Something's not clicking for him right now.
66.
I suppose the atmospherics might be a tiny bit different here tonight. With a few people in there.
56.
The temperature might have gone up slightly, not just because of the people in here, but because the weather in Portsmouth has improved today. We were getting scarily close to 20 degrees.
But is it also fair to say that out of the players you would expect to have a reaction like this to this environment, these were the 2 we thought will probably be the most adept to this scenario?
Yeah, I would say that's a fair point. Maybe Ross Montgomery with all of his years of experience. We're going to find out what he does in game 3 against
125.
Darius Labanauskas, who's had a great start tonight. This is a superb chance for Ted to have 1 foot
93.
into the
Judge
semi-finals.
require
If he wins
101.
4-1, he just needs a certain amount of legs in his next game. He doesn't even have to win his second match. But if he wins them both in this group,
69.
he'll win the group.
Richie, you require 122.
Skin-saving time. And that is very much the kind of dart that has plagued
78.
Richie Howson in the
Judge
last 4
require
legs.
32.
Well, he got off to a fast start, but it evaporated very quickly for Richie Howson. And Ted Evetts stares down double 8 for a
Game short
4-1
and a
victory
match.
to
Ted
kickstart
Evetts.
his night. It wasn't a vintage performance by Super Ted, but his folks that came down to watch him in action this evening will be pleased nonetheless of the win. For Howson, the bookmaker's favourite, he's got it all to do. It's the first time he has straggled below an 80 average throughout the whole course of the week so far. Evetts, a 4-1 winner. And coming up after the break, we're going to watch Darius Labanauskas in action up against Ross Montgomery.
Welcome back. So 2 games down in the group stages tonight, and 4 of the players have been in action, but it's time to introduce another one. The boss, Ross Montgomery from Scotland, is in action in the next game. He kind of snuck through Group B after a difficult opening night. He really turned it on last night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he managed to take out some huge checkouts this week. He's very, very capable, a twice Dutch Open champion, and could well walk away with the title tonight. He takes on Darius Labanauskas, who only needs 3 legs to get through after victory in his first match. But let's hear from Ross Montgomery first. He spoke to Henry Deacon a little earlier on.
Ross, second appearance for yourself here at the Super Series, into a finals night. How would you assess the last couple of days?
Yeah, it was tricky, but I put that down to myself because I've been working closely with Cosmo, and the barrels that I'm using are only a week old.
Mm-hmm.
And I put faith in them last night, and thankfully they worked. But as I say, it's changed the grip on them for me, and I just had to believe in them and basically get my finger out and get the job done. And yeah, it worked for me last night, so I'm pleased, very pleased.
In terms of night one, you put in some good performances but didn't quite get the results. So did you feel going into last night that the level's there to muster something significant?
Yeah, because I had chances on the Thursday evening and missing the single doubles. The 3-dart checkouts won't matter if you miss the single doubles. And I thought, right, the chances are there. Just get it done. Believe in yourself and get it done. And thankfully it worked.
Since coming off tour, you've really rediscovered that winning touch, in terms of winning tournaments prolifically, left, right and centre. I get the feeling that you're in a really good place with the game at the minute.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And I won't ever degrade the 2 years I had my tour card. I think maybe that taught me something. And I took it from there, and my wife bought me my tour card for the seniors, which I went, okay, I'll give it a try, and I'm loving that as well. But yeah, I'm playing more darts now, I think, than I've played in a long time. And yeah, I'm enjoying it, and thankfully I forget what age I am.
And exactly, going into tonight, we've seen you here on a finals night before. How much would you like to go and lift the trophy at the end of the night this time?
Yeah, that would be great. But first and foremost, I would like to make a better performance tonight than I did when I was here before. But I'm playing some good players. Young Dan is a fantastic player, and I've known Darius for a long time. But I'll just concentrate and think of my own game and just go on it.
We wish you all the very best, Ross. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Maybe he just likes to do things the hard way.
Oh, it's a haymaker from Montgomery. Based on the way that Lee rolls tonight. There you go.
On the first leg, Ross Montgomery.
Male players, female players, youth players. Double 8 for Ross Montgomery. He's got his photo on that wall.
Shot on the third leg.
And that's
Ross
a wall-worthy
Montgomery.
shot to get a 2-1 advantage.
Ross Montgomery certainly does want glory here at the Super Series. It would be a first for him. Darius Labanauskas, though, well, he could be taking a step closer. These two stalwarts of this sport about to go head-to-head in the second game of their group. And Labanauskas had a flying start with that victory against Dan Asprey in the opening match, meaning that he only needs 3 legs to secure qualification. Ross Montgomery could get there himself if he wins with a whitewash, but Labanauskas, the 47-year-old Lithuanian, whose best appearance at a World Championship was a quarter-final run in 2020, is looking to lift some silverware tonight, as is a man who's lifted plenty of that 61-year-old Glaswegian Montgomery, looking to be the boss at the Super Series. But the 2 top commentators are still on standby to talk you through all of the action. Henry Deacon is alongside Paul Nicholson.
When you say the 2 top commentators on standby, am I heading out the commentary box at the end of this one? Thank you, Chris. To game 3 we go. Montgomery up against Labanauskas. And you mentioned that Ross has been the boss, and he most certainly has done in 2024 since losing his tour card. He's won 3 out of the last 6 World Seniors Open events and has won 18 of his last 20 matches when it has come to that particular tour. And so since losing his tour card, Ross Montgomery has been what he has been for a number of years, one of the most prolific winners of titles on the amateur circuit. But he takes on Darius Labanauskas, who has really got a victory under his belt tonight, and already a very good performance under his belt. Averaged 98.5 in a 4-2 success against Dan Asprey, which means he only needs legs as opposed to points to progress his way through.
Your attitude's got to be win both games, though. When you consider how many games he's played this week, 26 now.
100.
Darius has won 14 of them. That's not a bad conversion rate. But what's happened leading up to Saturday is only a guide. We were looking at Richie Howson
100
at having an 88% conversion rate of games to wins before this evening. And then come Saturday night, he's had his worst performance of the week against Evetts just now.
60.
It's almost as if the rest of the week can be scrubbed. And this is a totally different tournament. And Darius has proved that as well, because he had his best average of the week in his first match against Dan Asprey.
140.
This genuinely could be Darius's night. He's got an excellent record against Montgomery in the last 9 years. He's beaten him 4 times in their 6 meetings.
180.
This could be an excellent game.
Darius requires 64.
Well, it's brewing up quite nicely already, and I think the pace of this game will suit the pair as well. Labanauskas, 1 dart in hand at double 16. And it could be
48.
moments like this which could
Ross
dictate the
requires
ascendancy
61.
of this match. These little pop shots. Labanauskas missing the 64. What can Montgomery make of the 61? Double 18 for the break of throw.
$43.
That double
Darius requires
has given
16.
him his biggest finish of the week twice. Dart 3 for Darius.
Yeah, that's game short.
What a
in the
lovely
first
way
leg.
to use that
Darius
second dart. Just
Labanauskas.
cushioned it in. Everything is coming up Lucky D tonight.
Second
And
leg is a Ross
Montgomery,
to throw
my word,
first.
if looks could
Game
kill, that monitor would be melted. He is devastated to lose that first leg, and watch out, Treble 20. You're going to get your eyes poked out now.
100.
Well, he said in that pre-match interview, didn't he? He batted away the possibility of winning tonight. He said, first things first, I need to atone for what happened the last time I was here on a Saturday evening, where he lost both of his matches. Felt as if the way he played, he should have been a contender to win the evening. He also came through that blockbuster Group B, which we were talking about. And in fact, the winner of that week that came through that Group B, Scott Taylor, he came through that Group B. He won that week. He won Series 6.
And it was Taylor that beat Montgomery that night in his first game by 4 legs to 3. And then Ross would lose out to the Joker, John O'Shea, who would also make the Champions Night. When you've been somewhere for the first time and you have not succeeded, if your next trip there
100.
is not that far along, you want to put it right. You don't want this to become a thing where you constantly qualify for Saturdays and you don't succeed. But we've only got one person here tonight who has
100.
succeeded on a Saturday. That's Justin Hood. We're going to see him in the next game against Ted Evetts.
Montgomery using new barrels from his manufacturer, using this week as an opportunity to rear them in, and kept faith with them yesterday, and we saw some real good numbers and some real good stuff as a consequence of it.
And what he said, I think, was
100.
really
Ross
good for
require
amateurs to know.
120.
He's been working hard with his manufacturer to get them right. He's got this right so far. Double top.
100.
But he knocks into the
Darius
flight,
require
and that could be
104.
almost fatal, depending on what's going to happen in this leg and beyond. Darius is back at double 16.
72. Ross
Darius's
require
issue has
20.
been he has needed a couple of darts to get legs done and get legs won. He may not get a second sniff. Double 5 for Montgomery. Well, Labanauskas is going to get another go at a 2-0 lead.
18.
And what he's been so good
Darius require
this week on Darius
32.
in this range is the first dart just going on the outside but being usable enough as a bumper.
Yeah, that's
but he
been
only
short
needs
in
the
the
one
second
to
leg.
lead 2-0.
Darius Labanauskas. Third leg, it's Darius to throw first.
One more
Game
leg, and Darius will be in the semi-finals, maybe by 8:45.
96.
Well, yesterday you could have called him Darius Lazarus. Tonight he is Darius Delirious.
Yeah, very well said. There can't be many people who have been to this place who have had such an incredible journey over the course of 5 days. He was 4th in Group A in the first 3 days, and then was 2nd in Group C with that sprint finish at the end. He did what I like to call the
127.
Femke Ball. Miles behind. But in the last 50 metres, he just gained and gained and gained. And then when the line was there, chest out,
140.
thank you very much. And look at how he's using that right now.
Now, what a contest this is building up to being. 91.88 the average for Labanauskas, 97.08 for Montgomery, but it's those 5 missed darts that are double for the Scot, which is the reason why he is chasing in this particular contest, although he has taken a bit of a lead against the throw here in the third. And that 171 is going to leave himself on 50 after 9.
At times this week, some people have chosen to go for bull in that spot, but this is not that time.
140.
Particularly with Darius left on a double.
50.
This will be a really good break back. Double top. Does it work? Tens do.
Came short in the third line.
And it's a really good job they do. It was a fascinating interview with him yesterday.
Game on.
We were asking him about what's going to happen if he doesn't qualify for Saturday. And he said, I'm not really sure. My flight isn't until Sunday. So I better make sure I qualify. And he did. And he has a perfect record of making Saturdays when he comes here to the Super Series. What we can tell you now is that every single player in this group has a perfect record of making Saturdays. Debut week for Darius, debut week for Dan, Montgomery in his second week, and every single time they've tried to come here, they have qualified for Saturday. That is quite something, even at the early stage of their Modus Super Series career.
Well, Montgomery has dragged his average up into some 2, now averaging in excess of 106. Laban is still playing towards the par that he has for the entirety of the match, 93.75. Montgomery knew he had to up it to be competitive with Darius, and up it he is.
He's had 2 averages this week over 100.
89.
One on Thursday, 101 plus. One yesterday, 102 plus. So does this teach us that he's going to have 1 game per night that is in 3 figures and maybe just a little bit better than the previous night? Scoring-wise, in the last couple of legs, he's been outrageously good. I've said that statement already 3 times tonight to describe situations.
72.
There's a better dart at tops, but still not high enough.
And if that tops went, it would have been for back-to-back 12 dart legs to pull Montgomery back level. Now, we saw this in terms of Darius' first game, where he went 2-0 in front. Asprey brought it back to 2-2, but then Labanauskas ran towards the line. But Montgomery could be a different prospect if this game levels up, and he's got 6 from here to do exactly that. He's put on a real spurt, and that double 10 is found for a level match. 2-2 between Labanauskas and Montgomery.
Quite a lot of the players have got the memo coming to Portsmouth, haven't they, Henry?
Game on.
And what's been a League One winning season for Pompey. These 2 have been rather sympathetic to the city of Portsmouth by wearing the right colour. I think it's just a coincidence, but it's a nice touch.
Well, the first team squad are currently selling it up in Vegas.
60.
Sorry for some. Labanauskas needs 1 leg to be in the final 4 of Week 10 in Series 7.
140.
Ahead of the last 2 weeks of qualifying before Champions Week at the end of May. He's at it again.
140.
Could have been his 3rd max. He'll have to settle for his 5th 140. This is not what Howson was doing last night with the scoring pack, but this is very impressive.
96.
7 scores of 140 or more. And the game is only just past halfway.
$60.
Don't underestimate as well just how good Montgomery's been this week. 41% on his doubles. That was 3rd best of anybody coming into Saturday night. If anybody's got 41% for a season, I guarantee you they're in the top 5. Andy was averaging nearly 91 for the last couple of days as well.
100.
I hate to be really simplistic, but based on those numbers, I think these darts work. Give him some time with these things for 2 or 3 months. I see those numbers going
99.
up.
Russia require 141.
And as I mentioned, he's already won 3 of the last 6 World Seniors Open events. And you just get the sense that, obviously, the way he's been playing in those events and the way the World Seniors is moving more to a ranking system, he should qualify for more majors
80.
in that system. If he plays in those events, he could be a danger. But this is to send Darius through. Double 10. To ensure of the third leg needed to send Darius Labanauskas into the semi-finals. Lithuania could be within a couple of games away of having its first ever winner at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if Lucky D was to win, Lithuania will become the 13th different nation to have a representative at Champions Week.
60.
13, eh? Unlucky for some. He's doing this with this average because he's got the darts. It's amazing how many times we see this. Somebody plays well against the throw, but is behind. At the start of this leg, the gap between those averages was close to 10.
$60.
If Labanauskas does win this match, it would make Montgomery versus Asprey in Game 5 a straight shootout to see who joins Labanauskas in the semis. However, it will be a shootout to see who is second in the group. And we know based on our draw bracket for the night that whoever is second in Group 1 will be against the throw in Semi 2. They would play the winner of Group number 2.
Well, there's a possibility tonight we could have 2 effective quarter-finals. If Evetts beats Hood,
49.
the final 2 games will be straight knockouts to see who makes it through to the semi-finals. But Montgomery here, doing the best in his power to take us all the way to a deciding leg, has a little bit of a glance over to the scoreboard to see where Darius is sat.
100.
A lot of people might think that third dart for Montgomery was aimed at the wrong portion of the board. But you do find people of a certain amount of experience will not use the bullseye as much as some other less experienced players.
101 to take us all the way. Double 19 would have left double 12. Labanauskas to win it in style.
49.
To equalise the best finish of week number 10. Not a bead of sweat on that clean head. And I'm not just talking about now, I'm talking about all week.
52.
He has been as cool as Top Cat all week.
Tots for last leg decider.
Yeah,
We
that's
go
game
all
shorter than
the
a
way
six-leg.
in our third game of the evening session. Labanauskas is already assured of his passage into the semi-finals.
Seventh and final
If
leg,
Ross
it's
Montgomery
Darius to throw first.
wins here, he
Game
puts
on.
himself in a very good position himself.
One thing we do know is that we're not going to get a 9-dart shootout from Group 1 because the results are different from Game 1 to Game 2. One of the beauties of this position for Ross is that if he wins this game, he's in a strong position to qualify,
43.
but not guaranteed. But if he loses this leg, he's got one more game to get it done. I think I'd rather be in Ross's position.
100.
I'd rather play in Game 3 than Game 1 because you just have that little bit of extra information. It's like having the dealer button in a game of Texas Hold'em. You know exactly what everybody's done.
139.
And then you can make choices based on information. I know that dart players want to win every single leg they play, but sometimes some players are better when they've got more information.
Well, you mentioned Texas Hold'em. Well, this ain't Texas, and we're going to be hoping this ain't a Hold'em. But Labanauskas now 6 starts from 176 potentially. It will be 6 starts from 176 to get the job done.
Did you just quote Beyonce?
85.
I don't know what's worse. You doing that or me knowing it?
Well, he's closing in now is Laban. 140 leads himself on a double after 12 to get the job done.
This has been some performance. Ross has played so well. In fact, this is the best he's played on a Saturday night to date, but it's still maybe not good enough.
Darius
has protected his hold of throw throughout this game very, very well.
Double 18 to secure the points, and Darius Labanauskas will perfectly make his way into the semi-finals. 2 games played, 2 wins on the board, and as Ross Montgomery makes his way down the stage and back into the practice room, he is going to be playing a winner-takes-all match with Dan Asprey in around about 25 minutes' time. Job well done for Darius Labanauskas. 2 averages in excess of 90 to kickstart his campaign. Montgomery losing with an average just under 95, but it was the 3 from 13 on the doubles which ultimately made pay to his hopes. Coming up after the break, Ted Evetts can book his place into the semi-finals with just a couple of legs. If he can get the better of Justin Hood, we may have 2 deciding shootouts at the end of the pool stages.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Darius Labanauskas has booked his place in the semi-finals, and now Ted Evetts is looking to do the same. And after that super win for Super Ted in his first match of the night over Richie Howson, well, now he only needs 2 legs to be sure of a place in the Final Four. His opponent, a man who has tasted victory on the stage behind me before winning a week in a previous series, happy feet, Justin Hood. And let's hear how confident he is about repeating that feat. He spoke to Henry earlier tonight.
Justin, 5th time here at the Super Series, 5th time into a finals night in qualification, but it was a little bit more dramatic yesterday. Perhaps you would have liked it to have been.
Yeah, I made a really hard work of the games for some reason. I just couldn't find any form, but even playing poorly, I managed to win 2 games, and all the games I lost were close. So hopefully I'll put it right tonight and bring out some big performances.
What do you think the difference was yesterday compared to Thursday in your mind?
I'm not 100% sure. It might be the fact that I thought I was through, like a couple wins, and then you're putting pressure on yourself. But that's never affected me before. It's just one of those days it didn't go, and it won't happen again.
As I mentioned in the introduction, 5th time in qualification, 5th time into a finals night. What is it about this format that just seemingly clicks for you?
I like to believe I'm a good player, and it's a round robin. If I can't get through that, I need to go back and practice more.
And into this evening, very good practice room in there, but you're the only player who's won a week before here at the Super Series. Does that give you a distinct advantage in your mind?
Yeah, I've been up there and done it. They haven't. So if they do it tonight, fair play to them. But I'm going to try my best to stop them and make it 2 times.
And we know from the past that you bring a fair few down. Is that going to be the case again this evening?
Yeah, we got a few coming in tonight. A few more Happy Feet supporters.
And we have to ask, we always ask it, when you're here on a Saturday night, the Chinese restaurant, how close are we to it? And secondly, does myself, the commentators and the crew get a free meal if you win Champions Week?
That's what it is. Got win tonight, win Champions Week, and then, was it 2.5 weeks, get paid. We're down there the following week, and you're all invited.
Fantastic. We look forward to the free
Set
meal.
Star.
Set Paul Star. Okay, beautiful. We'll let him know about that. Anyway, Justin, wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Game shot in the second leg.
Happy Feet takes the little fish.
Everybody's happy when he's got his feet on the stage here at the Modus Super Series. I should just add a little bit of context to what he said. The Chinese restaurant thing, of course, is what he said he wanted to do with his winnings from his win here at the Super Series. Wanted to buy a Chinese restaurant. Well, he might be able to add a few more pounds to the kitty here. And he said, except Paul Starr, who you may know as the MC who shouts tungsten time at World Seniors events and, of course, here on Champions Nights at the Modus Super Series. He's actually part of our backstage crew tonight. He's directing the show, and that's why Justin Hood wanted to eliminate him from any celebrations because the pair don't really get on. But the two that do get on are in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Yep, Paul Starr is now going to sell Tungsten Time T-shirts for 99p at your local skip. Anyway, to Game 4 of our evening session, it sees an introduction of Justin Hood to the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The enigmatic left-handed thrower from the southwest, the only player in this field who has previously won a week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he is hoping to do so for a second time this evening. Up against a Ted Evetts who had a little bit of a shaky start, some nervy moments in there, was gesticulating that he isn't playing to this type of level that he would like to, but nonetheless deposed the bookmaker's favourite Richie Howson 4-1 in the opening game of the evening.
Regardless of the standard, that was a really good start for tonight for Ted. Based on the leg difference he's created for himself in Group 2, he only needs 2 legs in this match to be through. Wins the match, he will be through like Darius is in Group 1. And before we have our 5th and 6th matches here on Saturday night, if Ted wins, we'll have 2 shootout games to see who finish second in those respective groups. But how good was that interview with Justin Hood? So much confidence. Statements like, that won't happen again. I will win tonight. I love stuff like that. I love that kind of confidence. Because he didn't play as well yesterday
81
as he did the previous day. And he will put it right. I look forward to it.
It reminded me so much of a Conan Whitehead interview. The confidence, but he backs that confidence up with his ability on the board, but he may have to find the 167 here. He's not going to. And so Evetts to hold throw 45 to move himself 1-0 in front. And because he won his first game by 4 legs to 1, the formula to making it through into the semi-finals is 2 points and a positive legs difference. And so a couple of legs would be enough for Super
does
Ted.
game short
And it's
in
a
the first
14
lap.
darter to
Ted
start.
Evetts.
And Super Ted draws first blood. It's 1-0 to him. Those his sponsors
Second
who
lag
come
is
in
just in the
to
throw
support
first.
Ted this evening.
Game on.
Now, Ted will be elated with the way things have gone tonight so far. His first Saturday night here.
140.
This is Justin's 5th. In this group, you've got one person making their debut on a Saturday night in Ted, and the other 2 people in Group 2
45.
are both playing their 5th. What Justin also said was,
100.
in response to your question, the fact that he has won one of these titles before, is that an advantage? He thinks it is, because he's been here and done it. His win percentage this week is very tidy at 70%. But most of those wins came on Thursday. Back in Series 3 of Week 8, he was the man.
55.
That was a while ago, though. It's been a long time since that. In Super Series terms, over 3 series ago, that's more than a year ago.
58.
But to win that week, he beat Jacob Taylor 4-0 in the final. It was also a week which saw Leonard Gates and Berry Van Peer make the semi-finals. Berry, who in 2023 won the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, and in fairness, won it at quite a canter as well.
Speaking of wins, just a little mention for Nathan Rafferty, who won Development Tour 9 this evening in
57.
Germany. Congratulations
Just
to
the
him after winning
Uruguay
5-2 against
107.
Danny Jansen. It's going to be double 16. The choice for the lefty.
Yeah, that's game short
Just
in
what
the
he
second
needed.
round. Justin Hood.
Earlier today, Russell Nyman with a wonderful win
Third lag is set to throw
at Development
first.
Tour
Game on.
number 8 as well. How well did he play in that? He was extraordinary all day, and 113 average in the final as well. And Ted knows a thing or two about Russell,
180.
because Ted is the most successful player in Development Tour history with 14 titles, and there are people
81.
trying to beat him this year and going into next year. I wonder if that record will still stand.
Ted's really coming up to the task now, isn't he? He's averaging in excess of 101. A couple of maxis early on in proceedings.
100.
He's looking in very good shape after what was a shaky start to his evening.
Going slightly off topic, if Justin Hood
100.
was to win tonight and Champions Week, and we were all invited to this Chinese celebration, apparently sans Paul Starr, what would you order?
I'm so getting judged for this, aren't I?
57.
Yep. Be honest.
Satayed chicken in egg fried rice. Chicken in satay sauce of egg fried rice.
You know, satay chicken is actually not Chinese. It's Malaysian.
180.
But it's a good order. That
That's you require
is right on
164.
time. Somebody hit the bell.
Well, Evetts was the king of the ton toppers this week. Had 6 in a day on Tuesday, but he's not going to find the 164. In fact, that 107 in the previous leg by Justin Hood was the first ton plus checkout we've seen tonight.
I tell you what, that deflection deserved
84.
a sound effect.
Just you require 140.
That was a violent collision with the flight. Needs the ton to leave tops.
60.
Just so happens
That
they
you
are tied
require 80.
in every single way here. 12 darts thrown, 1 leg all, 80 points all. Who's going to take it?
There's a feeling of who blinks first about this match. And Evetts is going to have one go at tops.
40.
And gives Justin Hood
Just you require
a likewise
80.
opportunity.
Same route. He gives us a Luke Humphreys. Bit of a phantom dart. Can he see it?
60.
It was very difficult.
That you require 40.
Double top. He now has what Justin has. He now has half of what Justin has.
35.
They were
you require
qualification
20.
darts.
How academic could they be? As
Yeah,
Hood
that's
moves
been
his
shown
way
in the
2-1 in
further.
front, and he has
Justin Hood.
the breaker throw. And whilst Evetts is stuck on one and Hood picks legs off,
Forward leg
the
is Justin
possibility of a
throw
9-dart
first.
shootout
Game.
is still on.
I think if Hood was to take us to that Chinese, he might as well invite Ted Evetts as well.
96.
Because we're talking about a qualified chef who definitely know what to order. Do you want to hear what I'd order? If they had it.
You're going to tell us anyway.
Sanchoy bao with
57.
prawn and pork shumai with a dipping sauce, and I'd want flying noodles.
Flying noodles?
Flying noodles.
43.
They get brought to the table with the chopsticks still in them, and they're flying in the air. It's an incredible dish. Well, someone's going to be flying soon, and that is Team Hood. Looking rather nervous. But Hoodie, as you could call him,
180.
he's the one that's flying at the minute. Almost halves his score there with that maximum. His second of the contest. He's got that same situation that Ross Montgomery had in Game 3. Even if he loses this match, all he's got to do is win the next one to get through to the semis again.
He almost reminds me of the snooker player Mark Williams in the respect of a fantastic player, but he's got this maverick way about him that you just don't quite know what's going to happen from one moment to the next.
Are you trying to tell me that Justin can't spell on Twitter?
He's not the first person I've seen on Twitter not able to spell.
60. Justin, you require 82.
I do like Mark Williams. I think he's a fabulous person. This could be a fabulous shot.
62.
He will return. Ted Evetts is living on a knife edge again. Feels like he's living on a knife edge all week long. Was in Group A, was in Group B, and is now running out of time to get his RSVP stamped.
20.
If he loses this leg, he's going to have to win one leg. But he's been given a freebie.
Touch you require 102.
Imagine the pressure if he'd had to win one leg with his opponent. 3-1 up. Do yourself a favour, Ted. Hit this and get it done.
Yeah, that's came short.
And Ted is into the semi-finals, and perhaps typical that he has done it with a ton plus finish.
The king of the ton plus finish this week. He's had so many of them. I've lost count.
Game on.
Let's go backwards, shall we? 167. 154. I remember a 147, a 137, and a 130 against Fallon Sherrick in one game. I do sense that Justin is very displeased with being all square at 2-2. When you've had multiple shots to get a 3-1 advantage against someone like Ted, you will be cursing yourself for a few seconds at least.
Ted Evetts doing exactly what top players do. Not playing at his best. Has been given a route back into the match. He has taken it and is now moving forward, moving through the gears. And Justin Hood now finds himself in a whole heap of trouble when a couple of minutes ago he looked favourite to win this darts match.
58.
How quickly a game in the Super Series format can turn on a sixpence.
99. Touch you require 126.
Doesn't have to go 19s and won't.
86.
He makes that layup look simple. And considering all of the trouble that he's had this week with close matches, close groups,
close head-to-head records with people.
Touch you require 40.
He has still brought more than 40% on doubles for the week. Same position for Ted this time. And he misses
30.
and gives Justin a shot that's very similar
104.
to that of Ted in the previous leg.
Triple 18. Double 16 for the breaking 3-2. Huge start, huge moment. And that's Justin's second on topper of the game. And it means he now has the darts to win the match. He'll feel he should be off the stage, though, by now.
Well, that shot right there is like looking at a Republic of Ireland goalkeeper twofold. Touche.
97.
That is a touche shot. Might as well have been a carbon copy of the previous leg.
And in this match, a ton plus out is seemingly a given. And prior to this match, we hadn't had one in the previous 3. We were actually saying, weren't we, in the commentary box between drinks, that the one thing we've lacked tonight is a ton plus finish. Well, these two have more than obliged to that particular task.
At least Ted has the knowledge
58.
that he is going to be in the final 4. The one person under the most pressure right now could well be Richie Howson.
94.
I stress that the Howson clan at the back of the hall and Richie in the practice room desperately want Ted Evetts to win this
42.
match, because Richie will just want a
170.
shootout.
But it looks like Hood is going to take the points. He's got 6 and 170 to round off a 4-2 win
96.
against Evetts. And it may be a case of legs rather than the need for the points against Richie Howson. There on. He's left himself 74 to complete the job.
Well, Justin, if he takes the 74 and the match,
130.
he's just going to need 3 legs to get through to the semi-finals in his next game against Howson. However, that double top could be pesky once again.
And it is a big win for Happy Feet, which puts him in the picture for semi-final place. Ted Evetts got the couple of legs that he needed to secure his passage into the final 4. And there is a dancing darter. Justin Hood with a 95.24 average, a couple of ton plus outs in there, getting the better of Ted Evetts 4-2 in a game that swung one way then the other. And so it is Hood that picks the points up. Coming up after the break, well, it's a straight shootout between Ross Montgomery and Dan Asprey. The winner will be in the semi-finals. The loser will head for home.
Welcome back. Still in the group stage action here at the Modus Super Series finals night, but effectively the knockouts start here for this duo in Group 1. Ross Montgomery and Dan Asprey playing an effective knockout game. Whoever wins it will go through, joining Darius Labanauskas in the semi-finals after the Lithuanian beat them both. Montgomery, a seasoned professional, 61 years of age, has won plenty of titles in his career, but for Dan Asprey, he admitted before this evening got underway that this is the biggest night of his darting life. Will it end prematurely, or can he book a spot in the Final Four? Let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Ross
Montgomery
Montgomery has been used to these types of knockout situations over a number of years, and this year, when it's come to the big matches, he has come up with the big performances. But here at the Super Series, he will have memories of the last time he was here, where he was in a group stage scenario and failed to make it through to the semi-finals. For Dan Asprey, it's a case of just leaving it all on the line and hoping that he has enough to secure
60.
the biggest win of his darting career.
He has had some big wins this week. And based on this situation as it is right now,
100.
this would have to be up there. Do you get the feeling that there's more pressure on Ross
96.
than there is on Dan?
Well, Dan's in that free roll environment, isn't he, where Ross, before a dart was thrown in his first appearance here, would have had
140.
expectation ladled on his shoulders because of what he's done in the past and having just come off the PDC Pro Tour. For him, there's an
96.
expectation to win. For Dan, anything that he did this week was an absolute bonus.
I think what he's already done is put himself in the window to be invited back. When you can win a Group A situation, that tells us that you are rather good. But this first leg from the boss is better than that.
96.
It's one of my
What's your
favourite
required?
words.
36.
Imposing.
He had a 12 darter
Yeah,
in
that's
his
been
first
shown in
match,
the
and he'll
first
kickstart this one
Ross
with a
Montgomery.
13. 1-0 the Scot leads in this knockout match effectively.
Second leg, it's Dan the
Well,
first.
we should have known
Primo.
the capabilities of Dan. We were speaking to one or two people prior to this week getting underway, and they spoke highly of him. And then when you have a look at his
44.
ADC numerics, well, it paints a very good picture. He's actually top of the ADC Midlands rankings, and that's ahead of the likes of Rhys Colley and James Richardson. Rhys, who was in the last Champions Night. James Richardson, who has done so much in his career.
123.
Dan's going to have to do more than what he's done so far, though. He's had that long gap between Game 1 and Game 5. Every single week, whoever wins Group A gets that time slot. I think it's good that you get Game 1. You know
85.
exactly when you're going to tour the hockey. It's going to be 7:45 on a Saturday night. But there may be some fluctuation between possible times to play Game 5 because of the length of Games 2, 3 and 4.
93.
If there were nerves in Game 1 for Team Asprey, well, nerves have gone up a notch
99.
here in the 5th game of the night. It's very hard to watch someone you care about doing what they love on a stage under the lights in front of the cameras.
85.
Team Montgomery are very much used to that.
And it is Montgomery who has taken the darts in this second leg. 6 and 194 to establish a 2-leg gap. He'll be halfway towards the finishing line. He'll be halfway towards the semi-finals.
72.
First dart's got to be better for Dan from the next visit for me.
59. Russ, you require
It
122.
hasn't really been there.
So 1-2-2 for a 2-0 lead. Triple 18 and Bull. Not to be. And so Asprey, look at the climb the ladder
90.
just to get himself
Dan,
on the
you
board.
require 120.
I think the ideal dart here is just above the 60. That'll do. But the single's tricky. Is he going to stay there?
Yeah,
That's a wonderful shot from Dan. Under pressure. And not an easy shot considering his angle of attack. That is up there with one of his best finishes of this week.
Given the difficultness of it, given the time, given the context. Because Montgomery was left on 32, and the way that he's been finishing and the way that he's been playing this week, you would have expected it to have gone for a 2-zip lead.
100.
First couple of days, and maybe a portion of Wednesday as well, Dan's wins came because he was good and his opponents couldn't put him away.
100.
That's why his high 80s average and 1 out of every 3 darts at double were successful. That was good enough.
125.
You need to start turning the dial a little bit more, Dan, if you want to succeed here on Saturdays. You've got to get closer to that 90 mark. Got to get closer to the 40% mark on the doubles. That's where you start
100.
becoming a really threatening player as opposed to being a good ADC player. That's what this format can do for you. It can teach you that.
100.
Is that taken to the next step?
Someone in the front row is having kittens out there. She can barely watch. I'm pretty sure that is the chairperson of Team Asprey at the minute.
43.
She's living every single shot.
This really is the definition of it's harder to watch from a side than actually play the game. But that is a superb visit. Montgomery won leg 1 with a 13. Asprey could break in 13.
This is a great turnaround. After that first leg, I thought Montgomery was going to go bananas.
54.
But Dan has figured it out.
36.
Two nines after a bad dart.
18.
Invitation Montgomery.
124.
I haven't said this all week, but this is the right time. Monty. Release the hounds.
Treble 18. Bullseye. For a haymaker. But it doesn't
87.
go. Asprey's back for 3 more at double 9.
18.
3 more for that much needed break. That was nervy.
That was lucky.
14.
He was lucky to get 2 darts at a double after that. First start, it was a horror show of a first start, but he couldn't fix it. That could be a very kind marker.
5.
Oh, I thought that was in.
Then you require
I genuinely
4.
thought from that angle that that was in, but it wasn't.
Some can't look.
That's game
But you
short
can
of
look
the
up
third
now.
one.
Dan
Dan
Asprey
Asprey.
breaks. He leads 2-1. He's halfway towards the finishing line.
Forward leg, it's down
Montgomery
the
is
first.
getting chances
Game
tonight. He is not taking his opportunities, and it's causing chaos in his head. 3 out of 13 in his first match when he lost 4-3 to Labanauskas. In this one, he's won from 4. That is a lot of attempts for the amount of success he's had.
$41.
This place can play real tricks on you.
58.
It goes silent on Saturday night in moments like this. But it feels loud in your head. There have been certain Saturday nights
85.
where it's been loud throughout, but you could genuinely cut the tension in this place with a crisp at the minute.
59.
It is a nerve-jangling helter-skelter right now. And you can sense it. You can feel it. The heart will be pumping at 100 mile an hour at this present
87.
moment in time. And it's who can control these moments the best. will be the one that will progress their way into the semi-finals. You've got
96.
the rookie in Asprey and the experienced pro in Ross. Two players at different ends of their career, but they are met in the middle in this particular contest.
100.
Isn't that what this place is all about? Seniors, juniors, developmental players, people approaching their prime. This is where worlds collide.
And it's at the moment where the game swings in Asprey's favour. That maximum leaves them on 48.
Don't you require 48?
Look at the bright side, Ross. If you get a shot at 143, you've hit that this week. But does he? He
40.
does.
Ross, you require 143.
This is arguably the most difficult finish he's hit this week, even though he's hit something bigger. What he would have given for another. It just hasn't happened. The tension of this game has caused their averages to tumble to the low 80s.
The issue Dan has is he's needed multiple opportunities to get legs one, but he has found the double four he needed there to move 3-1 in front and move a leg away from the semi-finals. And Ross Montgomery here has got it all to do.
How many times in his career has he won 3 straight legs against someone? And if you go to a set format, how many times has he won a set 3-0? If I were in this spot, I'd stand at the back of the stage, I'd close my eyes, and I'd think of one of those moments when I did that.
100.
Very doable when your opponent is averaging 81. Even more doable because you've got the darts in 2 of the 3 possible legs.
100.
Start chipping away. If you can go ton, which he's just done, you can start to plant the seed of doubt in Dan's mind that he will get a match opportunity.
A lot can be said of the fact that Ross has been in this scenario so many times. This
100.
is a new experience for Dan.
Make that 3 tons. You might even get the lesser seen 5-ton game.
92.
We're not going to get it. He won't care. He just wants leg 5. It's better than a ton.
It's a 2-darter after 12. The least he can ask of Dan is to try and serve this match out. But Asprey comes back with a big visit of his own, a 2-treble visit of his own.
I'm not even sure how he squeezed that in. This is the biggest dart of Ross's week.
56.
So close. This might be the biggest visit of Dan Asprey's life.
And so Dan Asprey, an ADC qualifier from Telford in the Midlands, has double top to depose of Ross the Boss Montgomery and head through to the semi-finals here at the Super Series. It's a 4-1 win for the ADC qualifier against a man who's been so prolific in winning ADC WSDT titles this year. At the tail of the tape, Asprey a 4-1 winner against Montgomery. That 120 finish was so key towards proceedings just when it looked like Montgomery was getting on top. Coming up after the break, it's Hood and Howson in the final game of the group stages.
So that's 3 of the semi-finalists confirmed now, and the last one will be decided at the end of this encounter. And it is going to be a tough job for Richie Howson to bail himself out after that earlier defeat. Howson needs to win this match 4-0 or 4-1. Any other outcome in the game will see Justin Hood make it through to the semi-finals at his expense. Dan Asprey is there, Ted Evetts is there, Darius Labanauskas is there. Who will fill the final four? They're all having a little chat on the stage before this one gets underway with the referee Marco Meyer. I think had his hands cut out at the end of that previous match, got a little bit frosty towards the end, but Asprey was the boss against Ross, and now we're going to find out who will join him in the semi-finals. All calm and cool in the commentary box, I'm sure. Paul Nicholson alongside Henry Deacon.
Always calm us too. That's one of our best traits. Anyway, to game 6 of our evening session, it's Justin Hood up against Richie Howson, and the Owl has got an uphill task. He went off tonight as the 10-3 bookmakers' favourite to go on and win the evening. He made it to the final in his previous appearance. He lost to an imperious Andreas Harrison by 4 legs to 1. But if he's to rekindle any of those memories, well, he's not just going to have to beat Justin Hood. He's going to have to dismantle him. 4-0 or 4-1, the only ways he can make it through. And Justin beat Ted Evetts 4-2. If you looked at the numbers, it reads a very good performance. 95.24 average, 2-180, 4 out of 10 on the doubles. But the expectation that we've put on the shoulders of Happy Feet has been that we expect very good stuff from him. So sometimes those numbers feel a little bit par.
137.
I think he expects big things from himself. He doesn't really pay that much attention to us. He puts pressure on himself because he knows how good he is.
60.
He needs 3 legs in this contest to get himself through. Richie Howson needs to win by 3 legs or better. He can do it, but he cannot come back to the Oki here in Game 6 of the night with the same standard we saw against Ted Evetts.
85.
He does that, he's gone.
Fair to say the story of his game against Super Ted was Richie was found searching, and as a courtesy of it, he was found wanting
28.
at times. And it feels like he's began this game in a similar vein to that of that game against the former World Youth champ. Howson, who...
60.
In terms of World Seniors success, he's won 8 titles on that circuit. 7-4 events, when including qualifiers when they were ranked,
60.
and a Champion of Champions win. If anybody should know the quirks of winning a tournament like this, it should be someone like this. But this place does weird things to people. Think about Robert Thornton, for example, has played here 11 times.
100.
He's made it through to the final on 10 occasions, but is still yet to pick up that elusive weekly win.
3 of the biggest names in darts over the last 20 years have not won here. Mitchell,
140.
Thornton, Adams. None of them have got a weekly title. Justin Hood has. And Howson has made a final.
60. Just a required.
Making a final is hard. Winning is harder.
Yeah, that's game short in the first.
1 down, 2 to go for Justin Hood.
Hood.
And now there's no wiggle room for Richie Howson at all.
Second leg gives Richie to throw first.
But he really is in Hail Mary territory, is the Owl. The room for error has evaporated.
140.
He looks a little bit forlorn, and I don't blame him. Tonight has not gone the way he thought. It's not gone the way that I thought it was going to go for the Owl.
99.
Doesn't it go to show that no 2 nights are the same in this sport?
The amount of dart players that say that darts is on the day, and I hate that statement, but unfortunately, it is very true.
60.
One day you can play like a world champion, the next you can play like a pancake.
Well, the standard between yesterday and today
100.
for Richie is quite literally been indifferent.
He struggled to find that first dart.
100.
He's having to rescue visits like that, which is not easy for him when he's got darts above that treble 20.
$94.
Howson's got an opportunity to get the first leg that he needs on the board. 6 and 201. It's going to have to be done in the 6, you feel. Well, those two darts kind of sum up Richie's night so far. One pitched below, one pitched above. He just cannot find that range. And he'll be the first to be disappointed. He'll be the first to be honest in his assessments of the night as well.
41. Richie, you require 141.
Even in your best seasons, you're going to have low weeks. That's just the way it is.
105.
Lovely visit there from
Justin,
Richie.
you require 167.
Well, this would send him out. Double 19 would have left the ball. So Howson returns for double 18 to keep himself in with an outside chance.
Needs to hit it.
18.
And doesn't. His doubles have deserted
Justin, you
him
require
at exactly
68.
the wrong time.
And so this for the semi-finals. Double 4. An untimely cough in the crowd. But he recomposes. Down for double 2.
64.
Doesn't go.
Richie, you require 18.
He's got a reprieve, but his confidence on the doubles has shrunk.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Richie Howson.
He's still in it, and this is one of those weeks. Anything is possible.
Third leg is just in the throw first.
Massage your
Game on.
inner Darius, Richie Howson. Find your best starts with a sprint finish.
I think it was less Darius Labanauskas, more Major Charles Ingram, because it was that cough that put Justin Hood off. It was accidental, we should say, and the person in the crowd could not be more apologetic about it.
Considering how effective the Owl has been on his doubles the last couple of days, tonight his doubles have been like Lord Lucan. They've completely disappeared.
57.
Talking about magic tricks, the Owl's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
83.
Now I've got a mental image of an owl doing magic tricks with a hat and a rabbit in their claw. Sounds like something from Twin Peaks.
$134.
The darts from Justin Hood there. 6 darts away potentially from qualification into the semis again.
140.
And he does have 6 darts for it.
Richie doing his best to make Justin work towards his effective finishing line.
95.
And that deflection over to the other side means that he's left on 115.
If Hood takes that 115, he's going to make Richie Howson feel like David Moyes.
Justin, you require 115.
Make of that statement what you will. Some things aren't rubber stamped right now, but are very, very likely. Double top.
75.
Still
Richie,
postponing
95.
what could be an inevitability. But is there anything inevitable in darts? Maybe not. That would have been
77.
a Herculean recovery.
Justin, you require 40.
Would have been masterful on the edge of brinksmanship. Hood wants tops. Double 10.
30.
And still, the opportunity to make his
Richie,
way
you
through
require
has come
18.
and gone. He hasn't rubber sealed it yet. And Howson can break. Howson
that's
does
been
break.
shown in the third
He leads 2-1.
Richie
And suddenly
Howson.
the alarm bells may begin to set in the Justin Hood camp.
Forward leg is Richie to throw first. Game
That is a look of a very annoyed man.
Oh, yeah. If this match was over right now, I'd give Justin some yardage
60.
and some time. Still only got to get one leg. But trust me, in this format, one leg is very hard to find. Now Richie just needs 2.
83.
Having to work so hard for every single visit. What looked so easy the last 48 hours now becomes really hard work.
But when you're the experienced campaigner like Richie Howson and you've seen your opponent
96.
spurn opportunity after opportunity to pass the finishing post, you've got to be thinking, well, this guy cannot cross a finishing line. All I need to do is do my thing, and I can beat this guy. I can win 4-1. I can make my way
100.
into the semis.
You can, but you've still got to stop him from getting more shots to beat you.
130.
Fair play to Justin. This has been a very, very good recovery. Does he stay or does he go to the 18s?
100.
I
Just
think
a
the
Uruguay
18s was the shot, you know.
132.
Bullseye first. Bullseye last. Bullseye for through. He might have to go through that dart to get it in the bull.
$107.
It was almost the most superb find.
158.
Well, this really would be the master of brinksmanship if Howson can find the 158. Another one of them. Leaves double 19. And it would have put him a leg away. Justin Hood shook his head in the background. He thought that that was going.
Hood breathes again.
$9.
Wow.
Richie, you require 38.
He had it covered. But what is going on here? If this goes in, the next leg is enormous.
6.
And it doesn't. Howson hits that. The next leg, everything's on it.
Justin, you require 16.
Everything in this group would have been on the next leg. But now it might not be needed.
Yeah, that's
Because Hood finds the double 8 that
Justin
sees him
Hood.
into the semis. Well, just when you thought the opportunity was going,
Fifth flag is
Hood is
Justin
coming
Hood
into the
first.
semi-final
Game.
fold.
$123.
And so now it's all about the jostle for position. It's all about showing he has the best possible stead going into the semis. We know how Group 1 is going to
140.
finish. Well, Darius Labanauskas feels like a long time ago since we've seen him on the stage. Been the best part of an hour or so since he last played in that 4-3 win
58.
against Ross Montgomery. He's going to be playing in the first semi-final, whereas Dan Asprey will be playing in the second semi-final, will be against the darts.
Well, we know that Hood is through.
81.
If he wins one more leg, he will win the group. And of course, if he wins the game, he wins the group as well.
58.
That winning one more leg scenario was based on legs won over Ted Evetts. Ted has won 6 legs
118.
tonight in the group. One more for Hood will give him 7. And it will give him the darts in the semi-finals.
41.
Win the group. And you play Dan Asprey in semi-final number 2.
60.
Reminder that the semi-finals will begin approximately 10 minutes after the conclusion of this match. Quick
89.
turnover in
Richie,
terms
you
of the
require 102.
semi-finals, which unfortunately, regardless of what happens from here, Richie isn't going to be a part of. But he could leave us with a parting shot. But he couldn't pin the
62.
tops of the 102.
Just you require 132.
Couldn't get a 1-3-2 in the previous leg. He's not going to get one here either.
67. Richie, you require 40.
He might get his own back on that bullseye a little bit later.
Yeah, that's game short.
But
of the
Richie is
fifth flag.
3-2 up.
Richie Howson.
He's going to be feeling that horrible sensation in his stomach right now. 1 off.
Six flaggers,
I
Richie
still
to
have to
throw
try and
first.
win. but I feel sick.
If he could press a button that says, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, he would press it right now. Would an owl be
7?
One of the... Well, there's a 7. It's a Len Goodman score for Richie. Would an owl be the type of thing that maybe would go in a cage on I'm a Celebrity for a Bush Tucker trial?
Nah.
81.
Owls are nocturnal. And they are one of the most graceful birds on earth. And what's more, you don't want to mess with an owl. They'll peck your eyes out.
140.
And that's even before they get their claws into you.
Yeah, let's move away from the morbid knowledge.
100.
The knowledge is morbid as far as Richie is concerned, because it doesn't matter what he does here, he's going to be slung out the building at the end of this game.
Well, we did have a conversation earlier in the week, didn't we, about Andy Hamilton?
82.
He's called the Hammer. What kind of hammer is he? Richie's called the Owl. What kind of owl is he?
58.
For RSPCA reasons, we should move on from owls and hammers straight away.
No, they've been separated by a few days. Could be a Tony, a Barn. All sorts of different ones out there. He hits 132.
105. Richie,
he'll be a champagne owl.
It'll be a champagne super over as far as Richie is concerned. When he's taken one off, well, at least he's still got his sense of humour, and he can still at least
38.
Try and embrace
this
this situation as best he can. Treble 20 for tops. 4-1-5-7. Superb finishing from the Happy Feet, and that means now Justin Hood is top of the group.
7th and final leg is Justin through first. Game on.
Your second semi-final will be Justin Hood against Dan Asprey, meaning it will be
96.
Darius Labanauskas against Ted Evetts in semi-final number 1.
Remember, the winner this evening will be the 10th name added to the Super Series, Series 7 Champions Week Roll of Honour.
58.
Bo Grease became the first ever female player to qualify for Champions Week last time out. We got regulars such as Andreas Harrison and Neil Duff in there. You got new
41.
players like Conor Heenahan and Bradley Roos gunning for glory. There's a real melting pot as far as the big week 13 is concerned, which begins on Monday,
58.
the 20th of May. Well, the next big pot for Richie to aim at will be a number of World Seniors floor events, for then the 2 majors at the end of the year, the World Match Play and the World Masters, which will take place at the Rainton Arena and the York Barbican, respectively.
57.
Oh, they're going back up to Rainton, are they? Scene of the very first PDC World Cup. Weather was horrible back then. Snowy, sleety.
32.
Very near to Sunderland, so pretty normal weather for up there.
80.
Nice place to play, though. Nice roomy arena. That was the scene of England being beaten by Spain.
13. Justin, you require 152.
157 from Justin Hunt in the previous leg gave him the group win. How about 152 for the win?
Double 16, he checks it's in. It's a comical end to the match, which hasn't ended just there.
I think it's about to, though.
100.
He's been ace this
Justin,
week
you
as
require
Richie,
16.
but he has come up short.
Game
As
shot
Justin
and
Hood
a
gets
match.
over the
Justin
line,
Hood.
he makes it 2 wins from 2. And Happy Feet 2 gets over the disappointments of Friday, heads through to the semi-finals with 2 wins from his 2 matches. For Richie Howson, it is disappointment, unfortunately for him, once again on a Saturday night. And so, the semi-finals are now set. And the first of which will take place in around about 10 minutes' time when Darius Labanauskas takes on Ted Evetts. But prior to that, Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson will have a chat about all of the action so far in the studio in a couple of minutes' time after this short break.
Semi-finals are set then here at the Super Series on Saturday night. Paul Nicholson's joined me for a chinwag about what we've seen so far. What's the biggest shock? Who's the biggest absence from the semi-final lineup?
I think I've got to say Howson. You look at what he's done the last couple of days and you compare his numbers from Group B to this, night and day. It's as simple as that. Averaging high 70s for his 2 games consistently. It's not as if he had one good performance and one terrible one. They were both very mediocre. He will not be pleased with his level of play, and his absence in the semi-finals is a bit disappointing, obviously, because the last couple of days he's played so well. But Montgomery as well, second time here, just wasn't able to get it done. I don't know what's going on with Ross on Saturday nights. It just seems as if it hasn't quite happened for him. He will be back, but it just didn't work out for both of them. So 2 of the Group B participants are gone.
Right, let's give you confirmation of the group results and the order of play for the semi-finals. Here we go then. Darius Labanauskas will take on Ted Evetts in the first one. Justin Hood will take on Dan Asprey in the second. And Asprey, you can see, lost his first match to Labanauskas, but that was a really good escape, wasn't it, against Ross Montgomery?
That's exactly what it was. It wasn't a vintage performance, it was an escape. There were good moments in that match. He is not doing anything this week the easy way. He did have a very good Monday, getting 8 points from 10, but since then, everything has been very, very difficult. It was a very difficult group that he came into, but there's only one person tonight who's looked like he's been cantering, and that's the person who made Week 10 look the hardest in Darius Labanauskas. His experience levels coming to this, well, he's using everything. He's done everything right. And he's going to feel really, really good about his chances.
And it just goes to show, doesn't it? It's not about how you start here at a week at the Super Series. It's about how you finish. Snuck through Group C yesterday when he didn't look like he had a real chance before a dart was thrown on Friday. Here he is in the semi-finals, and he's one of the players who's won both his games.
Every now and again, the analogy of someone having a free hit comes around. this is exactly what it is for Labanauskas. He didn't have a great deal of words to tell us in his interview earlier, but in his own mind, he's probably thinking, do I really deserve to be here based on the level I was showing over the first 5 days? Maybe not. But now that I am here, do you know what? Let's have a crack. And the feeling of having the weight taken away from your shoulders, it's not a literal thing because you're not putting anything on either shoulder to make yourself feel heavier, but you do feel a little bit lighter psychologically, and that's what Labanauskas has done tonight from what I can see.
And the player who went through Group C with him, Justin Hood, again, he's been really impressive tonight. He's got a nice bit of backing in the audience as well, and he seems to be feeding off that, enjoying himself, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he plays his best stuff when he's enjoying himself. I think yesterday he was under a lot of pressure because he knew he didn't feel 100%. But this is the kind of shot he can pull off with ease when he's doing good stuff. Look at the smile. Look at the swagger as well. He enjoys performing for people, and he's obviously a very confident player. And that was an important shot as well, because before the end of the match, it made sure that he was the winner of the group.
And another player who's got a little bit of support with him, Dan Asprey. It's a big night for him. It's a big night for them. Now, we did see Ross Montgomery take a little bit of exception to it, but I think when he reflects, that'll probably be more frustration that he hasn't made it through. It didn't seem to be any calls out at wrong times or anything like that.
I think in those situations, most of the time, you're just angry with yourself. You're in a position that you don't want to be in, and this is a psychological sport. You can hear things in your own mind. Towards the end of the match, you can see Ross was not happy that he was defeated. And you show me a good loser and I'll show you a bad winner. It's as simple as that. And he's got so much heart. And when he's come here for the second time, off playing some great darts the last couple of days, his disappointment was manifested that way.
For Dan, shades of maybe someone like Tom Sykes, who came here and won as an ADC qualifier. Adam Warner last year did it. He went on to get a tour card. Could this be a potentially career-changing night for him?
It could be if he wins. I think making the final would be a huge step in the right direction. I think he's already overachieved for what we know of him, but this is what the ADC is doing. They're throwing people our way from different parts of the UK and Europe, and people are better than they were last year. So I fear to think what they're going to do next year.
Quick word on the other semi-finalist, Ted Evetts. We've seen the best and the worst of him this week. But has he got the most class? Has he got the highest ceiling out of the four?
Yes, he has, because he's proven it this week. 111 average in Group B. But there were really good moments over the last few days. And I think he's starting to get the hang of this Saturday night. That was a great check out of 102. It just so happened that the leg after that, Justin found something very similar to that. But now that it's knockout darts, we're going to start looking at people who have succeeded in that format the best. And that is where someone like Ted could come to the fore.
It wasn't Richie Howson's night. You went for him at the start of the evening. Now, having seen all of them in action, where would you be putting your chip now?
Every single time you ask me this question, it seems like the person I pick at the start of the night falls in the group, and then I have to change my mind. At the minute, I've got to go for Labanauskas based on what I've seen. He's looked at ease with the situation. His numbers are excellent. Mid-90s average. Doubles are very effective. And he looks very likely, but he's got Ted Evetts in the first semi-final. I think the winner comes from that semi.
Yeah, that match about to get underway. Having the throw, is that going to be a big advantage? That's a benefit of winning the group. And we've just said Evetts maybe has a little bit more in the locker than Labanauskas at the moment, but he will have the darts.
He's someone who has had some of the best legs of this week. He's going to need one at some point to get that break of throw. It's very simple. If he doesn't break Labanauskas, he is going out. So if Darius makes errors on the outer ring, Ted has got to spring into action. And if you look at the numbers for Darius week long, he has needed 2 bites of the cherry an awful lot. If he shrinks that into one, Ted will be closed out. But the moment Darius makes one single error, Ted must be there.
One thing we did say last night as well was that we thought the winner would come from Group B. 2 of those players are out. Ted's the only one left. The best Group B we've ever seen in terms of standard at the Super Series, but only one man standing. He's a good representative, but that's a surprise, isn't it, that both of those have gone?
Yes, it is, because we said at the start of the show, form is a lovely guide to come into a Saturday night, but it's not a guarantee. Predicting Saturday nights here is like predicting the British weather. You might as well not bother. We will try. However, if you think back to the Jimmy Van Ski week, he was someone who snuck through in Group C. And look who is playing well tonight again. It is Darius. He's doing a Jimmy Van Ski. That was a great story. Could be a A great one for Lithuania tonight as well, but Ted Evetts has got an uphill task here.
It may well be the case. Right, let's find out. The semi-finals are about to get underway here at the Modus Super Series. Evetts versus Labanauskas, the first.
Double 18 to secure the point, and Darius Labanauskas will perfectly make his way into the semi-finals. And Ted is into the semi-finals, and perhaps typical that he has done it with a ton-plus finish.
So here we go then, the first of the two semi-finals about to take place. Ted Evetts, the former World Youth Champion, taking on Lucky D, who, well, it's not just a lucky day, it might be a lucky week for Darius Labanauskas. He really did struggle on Thursday, has not had the greatest campaign at the Super Series, but it might turn into a winning campaign. Yesterday, he managed to force his way through at the expense of Johnny Haynes, who may well be watching at home thinking that could have been me, but Ted Evetts will give him a real game. We've seen some magical moments from Super Ted this week, and he will be looking to defeat Labanauskas and book his place in the final. It's a final that will be seeing one of the players book their place at Champions Week. Evetts, the former World Youth Champion, as I mentioned, he's been mixing it with Fallon Sherrick, going down memory lane all week this week, but it could turn into his moment tonight. And talking you through every moment of tonight are Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so now we are down to just 4. And for these two players, the end of 2023 signified the end of their PDC Pro Tour career for now. They failed to regather that tour card status that Q scored in January. And so the Modus Super Series is their platform for success. This game being refereed by the Dutchman, Marco Meijer. And so for these two, an opportunity to pick up a title to bounce back from disappointments at the end of last year.
140.
Absolutely. This place has become, and I hate to use this word because it doesn't sound very appealing in my opinion, safety net. But that's what this place has become. For people coming off the PDC Pro Tour, they've been using this place, and I'm going to use a better way of categorizing it now, a vaulting platform to get back to where they want.
58.
They can make money, they can gain confidence, they can play and enjoy, and they can get more reps to build that confidence back up. Numbers from Evetts have been good this week. The numbers from Labanauskas tonight have been excellent. Nearly a 96 average for the night and 40% on the doubles. He's finding his best starts of the week at just the right time.
Championship winning darts on what is championship night here at the Super Series as far as week 10 is concerned. Doesn't matter what you've done for the rest of the week as long as you've qualified. It's all about what you do on Saturday. He's left himself on the fish to take out the opening leg with Evetts poised on 102 for the break. And Evetts is going to have his break chance. And he's already taken out a 102 tonight.
Yeah, we've just seen it 96. In the last 3 minutes on an instant replay. He didn't get it this way. He's not going to get it at all. So much on the line over the next hour.
54.
Money, bragging rights, opportunities. So far this week, people have shown that shots aren't dead.
Short in the first leg.
Even when you start with an error, and that's exactly what Labanauskas has done right there. Bad first start, great recovery, 1-0, simple as that.
Game on.
His confidence is building throughout the week. And don't forget, this guy's been on the road for the last 10 days. 7 days ago, he was playing at the Austrian Darts Open in Graz. After beating his good pal Modus Razma last Friday. And as soon as he was beaten last week by Joe Cullen, he was straight on a plane to Portsmouth.
136.
And this, the Super Series, could be a big platform in terms of Darius's status in the sport. Ted Evetts is always going to have that World Youth Championship win attached to his name. But for Darius,
100.
he's a great player without that one real title that will follow him for the rest of his days. If he won a Champions Week here, and I know we're going a long way into the future, he will have a substantial title that
100.
everybody would remember him for.
He almost got one in the PDC. Could have been a title winner, but was denied in a final. I think it was always going to be difficult for someone like Darius
140.
to impose himself in world darts because he comes from a country that he's had on his shoulders for over a decade. It's not like England where there are world-class talents every time you turn the corner.
95.
He's had to cultivate this form himself. He's had to travel to test himself.
He's had to sacrifice a heck of a lot in his career. Evetts wants the bullseye for the 1-2-7 and game to level up at one apiece. How key could that be? 2 proceedings. Evetts levels up.
Third leg is Darius to throw first. Game on.
We haven't seen a great deal of bullseye checkouts this week, but there's a great one there. There's a nice pace about this game as well, and wonderful quality.
140.
These are 2 elite players when it comes to this side of the sport, setting their stalls out early on in proceedings. It may not be a mistake, it may just be a moment of brilliance that separates one of these 2.
96.
It's great when it is brilliance, but when it's a mistake, that's where the drama comes in.
140.
He's not noted as a big scorer, Darius. He's the kind of person who puts in a lot of good, useful, functional 15 darters. But even he is starting to ramp up the scoring a little bit now.
84.
Evetts' numbers for the night, 87.08 for his 2 games in Group 2. 33%. And that's what we're seeing so far.
85.
We always say when it's knockout, this is where we find out where they are. No more second chances.
$60. Darius, you require
Well,
136.
that was low, and Labanauskas has 6 on the 136 to establish the lead again. He's going to need the full quota of darts, but there was a couple of concerns with the last visit there from Ted.
96.
I'm trying to think of the right word to describe Lucky D's night so far. I haven't quite thought of it yet.
130.
But if he hits tops here,
Darius,
you might just find it.
40.
I've used the word comfortable. I've used the word imposing at times.
Yeah, that's game short.
But what this is professional.
Labanauskas.
He is a professional.
Forward
Has he
leg
been
is
in
set to
trouble
throw
at
first.
any point
Game
tonight? I don't think he has. Even when he was 3-3 in his second group game with Ross Montgomery, his ability to just get the job done under pressure, this guy is ice cold.
And Evetts himself is throwing everything, including the kitchen
96.
sink at Darius, but it doesn't matter, seemingly at this present moment in time, what is being thrown against him. He knows that he has the darts, and similar to that game really against Ross Montgomery, who himself was throwing some mesmeric stuff for the Lithuanian. He just did what
60.
he needed to do with the darts in hand and won 4-3. Labanauskas won't care if that's the case here once more.
I like that phrase you came up with there, Henry. They're not throwing the kitchen sink at him, they're throwing everything and the kitchen sink at him. That's an awful lot to throw at someone. But he's still standing. That scoring is starting to desert Ted just a
58.
little bit. I know he's still averaging 105, but that's been coming down for the last leg and a bit now.
$81.
Not quite on a finish. The 25 would have got him there. So 2, 4, 6 and 6 will give Ted 2-2. He is not very happy with that at all.
From the sublime to the tensious. And now Labanauskas has 6 to win leg forward. Moving 3-1 to the good. He'd then have the darts to see through the match and a place in the final. And he'd be within a win of becoming the first Lithuanian to play at a Champions Week.
I
wonder if his World Cup partner's watching tonight. If you are, good evening to Windy Mindy. That's what he called himself in the YouTube live chat earlier in the week.
56.
The king of the Tum Plus checkout this week. Evetts needs to dip his bread again. Get yourself a taste, Ted. That's a lovely marker. Let's see this go in. It looks so inviting.
It doesn't go. He previously found a 1-2-7 to save his skin. He can't do the same with a 1-3-5. And so Labanauskas now has 2 darts in his hand, a double 16 to break the throw of Evetts. And to move in one of 36. The final, but he goes just above in the double 8. And so Evetts has got a reprieve that he probably didn't expect.
What did we say with Chris Murphy before the match started? If Labanauskas misses, don't give him another chance. Well done, Ted. Somebody got the memo.
5th flag is Darius to throw first. Game on.
Best of 3 legs. It's like the news of the world all over again. We haven't seen that tournament since the 90s.
100.
It's who blinks first territory.
If it was who blinks first territory, I'll tell you who would win. Richard Veenstra. Guy doesn't blink.
96.
However, Labanauskas has had a couple of darts to open up a 3-1 lead. 2 darts at double 16 came and went, and Evetts picking the pieces up. And in matter of fact, you look at the passages of play in this game. The legs that Labanauskas has won, he's deserved to win, whereas Evetts has had to ride his coattails at times to win the 2 legs he has in this match, but maybe now could be setting the authority in this contest.
Lots of Ted Evetts fans in our YouTube comments and in the live chat.
140.
Cheering him on from home or wherever you are with your smart device. Remember, you can be here on a Saturday night if you want to watch this action in the coming weeks. It's only a £2 reservation fee. Dartshop.tv.
96.
You could be in this audience next Saturday, the Saturday after in week 12, or even the Champions Night on May 25th. But demand for that Saturday night has been
99.
very, very, very busy.
129.
You might want to get your skates on. Evetts again needs a Tum Plus finish. Where does he go? 18s? Watch out. This could be shot of the week.
93.
And this game has reached a crossroads moment. Ted Evetts missing double 18 for the break of throw. Labanauskas comes back for 78 to move himself 3-2 to the good. Double 12 goes for 14 darter. And Labanauskas is a leg away from the final. It was a delayed celebration. As Marco Maya had to double check it was in the double. But now the Lithuanians are a leg away from the final, and Evetts is throwing to stay in.
That's a really big lesson for young players right there. If you think it's in, wait until the referee tells you it's in. And you know what? That was big respect to Marco Maya. He didn't see Darius move, and he thought initially that the dart wasn't in, so he didn't want to put Darius off throwing another dart, but he had to move because it was in. That's good refereeing.
Well, Marco is a world-class referee. He's refereed at 10 Lakeside World Championships, has refereed Lakeside finals, Referee various World Masters events as well. He's one of the best international referees there is on the circuit. One of the most well-respected referees on the international circuit. We only have the best officials here at the Modus Super Series.
53.
Winner of this will take on Justin Hood or Dan Asprey, who could be one heck of a story.
42.
Experience from the PDC circuit for years in this one. Funnily enough, Ted, the younger of the two, held his tour card for a lot longer than Darius.
100.
Did you see the G up there? He senses his opportunities are arising for him. But the cry of oh wow as that first dart sailed wide into the 5.
85.
I'm going to bring this up at this stage because somebody in our YouTube chat has said Ted deserves the title. Oh no, he doesn't. You deserve what you
100.
get. You can come in here with the biggest reputation and say that maybe somebody deserves a title. Oh no, they don't. You deserve what you get in this sport. There is nothing for free in darts. Phil Taylor could have walked in here in his prime, but he'd still have to get the job done himself. And this is for the final, for Lithuania's finest.
Not to be, but that 140 turn of Evetts has left himself on a single to double upon his return.
81.
To set up a last leg shootout.
54.
Labanauskas himself is sat on 70 for the match if this doesn't go. We really have reached the pressure cooker moment. And Evetts is substantially up to the task. Pins the tops in the middle of the bed. And we go all the way in this first semi-final.
It's Darius to throw first.
Not the first time that Darius has gone the distance tonight. It is the first time for Ted. Last title won
100
for Darius Labanauskas was back in 2022. Evetts, in his interview with you earlier, he was talking about the fact that he hasn't won a tournament in a while. It's these legs where
60.
you find out where you're at in your career.
Is that the first slip? The trebleless visit from Ted. And Labanauskas here is hoping to take full advantage. And a 2-treble turn there makes the Lithuanian a heavy favourite now.
Yeah, 2 trebles, but really good mathematics and tactics as well. Taking the 1 off the end. All he's got to do now is stay straight and stay effective. And he will be in the final.
Well, we have said all along this is a contest of who blinks first. And it looks like it's Ted that's done exactly that as Labanauskas. Another 1-treble visit leads himself first to a finish. And he is going to get 6 darts no matter what from here. Unless Ted could come up with something magnificent. Labanauskas is heading homeward bound for the final.
97. Darius, you require 170.
Biggest finish of the night, 157 from Justin Hood. Like you mentioned, he doesn't have to hit this. Just chip away and get it next time.
60.
That's good enough for now. But the last thing he needs is to give Ted a shot of any kind.
Well, it's been a week of progress for Ted Evetts through to finals night for the first time. He's had his highest ever recorded average, but it looks like it's going to end in semi-final pain. Labanauskas 6 for the match from 110 to make it through to the final on debut. Treble 20 would have left double 16. It's all about setting up.
54.
And for Ted, it's about hitting as big as he possibly can and then hoping.
But Darius has really slowed down here. The trebles have dried up. Put the pressure on and see what happens. You can't pressurize more than that. And Darius, because he hasn't found trebles, is now going to burn a dart
56.
to get a match shot. Let's see if he can do it. The first bite of the cherry.
Tops. And Labanauskas is heading to the final. He may have been lucky in terms of making it through Group C. He is emphatically into the final. Ted Evetts, it's been a week of progress for him, but it ends in the semi-finals. A salute to the crowd for the Lithuanian, who has a smile beaming from ear to ear. It was a high-quality first semi-final. Labanauskas with an average just under 95. Ted Evetts losing despite an average of 98.31, 60% on the doubles, and a 127 checkout. It just shows that the Super Series can be a cruel mistress at times. Coming up after the break, our second semi-final sees Justin Hood take on Dan Asprey.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the second semi-final is about to get underway. We're getting closer and closer to Champions Week, and you may remember that after the last Champions Week, we had our first ever Specials Week. Now, they are going to become a regular feature here at the Modus Super Series, and it is now time to reveal what the next Specials Week will be.
And the Modus Super Series, Week 9 champion!
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised nine-time finish!
Again, over to the right side. This is a Stephen Bolton area of the board.
Fantastic dart from Fallon Sherrick. Fantastic finish from Fallon Sherrick.
Generational talent, playing at the peak of her powers.
16. This is looking good, isn't it?
Yeah, after this series, the top 12 women are going to go in action on that stage. And Bo Greaves in particular, Paul Nicholson, she's going to have a busy time because she's playing Champions Week and then she's going to be back for the Women's Week. We know her and Fallon Sherrick will be here. The other players will be revealed in due course, but your reaction to that as a themed week?
Yeah, next logical step. Obviously, the PDC had done the same with the Women's Series. We know how successful that's been over the last 4 years. And I'm really looking forward to seeing Fallon and Bo here and the other players. But it's going to be a busy time for Bo. We can't get enough of watching her, and we can't get enough of watching Fallon as well. Even though she didn't qualify for this Saturday, she's going to be back really soon. It's going to be a fascinating story that week.
Yeah, all the details will be revealed very, very soon indeed. Paul, before you go back to chat about that and about tonight with Henry Deacon, just a quick preview on this semi-final, Hood against Asprey. Which way is it going to go? Who's going to play Labanauskas in the final?
Well, Labanauskas was so good, wasn't he? But this one is about crowd participation as well. It's almost like Bobby George versus Eric Bristow. You got one side for Hood, you got one side for Asprey. I think it's going to be close. I think Hood is a slight favourite based on experience, but I wouldn't be surprised either way.
Might be close. It's going to be fun. Let's get it on. Over to you, Henry.
Because Hood finds the double eight that sees him into the semis. Has double top to depose of Ross the Boss Montgomery and head through to the semi-finals here. Here we go then, just 3 players left in the race to win week 10 here at the Modus Super Series. Justin Hood is the only man going into this evening who had prior experience of that. He won week 8 of Series 3 and now 4 series along the line. He is hoping to do it for a second occasion. Up against the debutant, Dan Asprey from Telford in the Midlands. He has brought his friends and family alongside him for what is a major night in his career. Both players bringing a sizable crowd contingent with them, and so maybe there could be a fourth dart element to this second semi-final. The victor will play Darius Labanauskas in the final, but for Justin Hood, the 31-year-old from Glastonbury, he is hoping to be the main billing on this set when it comes to Champions Week. Happy Feet will be hoping to be darting with delight. Up against that 31-year-old debutant from Telford, Dan Asprey, for whom a lot of people have been saying a lot of good things about in the build-up to this particular competition. He has lived up to those expectations and just a little bit more, Paul Nicholson.
That's exactly what he wants. Just a little bit more.
139.
But if Dan is to get the win tonight, he's going to have to go through the one person who came here to Saturday night who has done it before and worn the T-shirt and had the Chinese meal. Tonight, if he was to win, Justin would call
42.
this rather succulent. And don't forget about Darius. How good has he been tonight?
58.
Prime Darius Labanauskas tonight. Raising his levels. And that's exactly what these two have got to do now.
Well, I've got to give credit where credit's due. You said yesterday
93.
afternoon, if Darius makes his way through, expect a different version of him on Saturday night. Well, he has been a different version this evening, but who's going to join him in the final?
93.
Dan Asprey hasn't got a nickname as of yet, but one thing he has been this week has been a reputation wrecker.
130.
We're in a Group A with the likes of Sherrick, with the likes of Evetts, with the likes of Labanauskas in, and if he can find a way to get over the line this evening and pick up the jackpot, he would have had to have beaten and deposed some big names en route.
Reputation wrecker is not the worst nickname I've ever heard.
56.
I'm still waiting for someone to land on what would be the most ironic nickname. The man with no nickname.
We had it last
96.
week. Doug Bain.
Justin, you require 32.
His nickname was no name.
The guy from America.
Yeah, that came short on the first
Oh, this guy
one.
from the Southwest is
Justin
1-0 up.
Hood.
No hesitation. And for the person who was smiling at the end of his second group game, the smile has disappeared and has been replaced with focus.
But he knows it's business time now. The
60.
frivolities of that game against Richie Howson towards the end, well, that's rendered irrelevant. It's all about doing the business on the hockey here.
96. 60.
Many thanks to everybody tuning in tonight. Your company is very welcomed. I hope you've enjoyed tonight's proceedings. The best might be yet to come.
58.
It feels like a week building up towards a huge crescendo, doesn't it?
140.
Dan is trying to stop something from happening. If it's a Labanauskas Hood final, it will prove that darting packages Well, very nice when they're small. Not the tallest of players. And it just goes to show what different statures we have at this level of the game, and in fact in any
81.
part of the game. Jimmy Van Schie, almost 7 foot tall, and then you've got Justin Hood, who was barely 5 foot tall. It's not about height. It's not about build. It's not about anything but ability.
160.
And you need a lot to get this. That first start, it's not been prime tonight. He's still in the semi-finals.
90, just a
But he's not played his best starts tonight.
Well, that's a nice guy potentially, but he couldn't follow it justice. So Asprey's back for
100.
one apiece. He's going to have to take the 70 out with Hood poised on double 10 for the break.
It's got to be clinical. Double top.
30. Just a require
Listen to see,
20.
you can't leave a former weekly champion on double 10 with 3 darts. And there are plenty of people in Champions Week who are going there after winning their second title. But it's not a second leg for Justin.
Then you require
And the
40.
story of Asprey's evening so far has been needing a couple of chances to win legs. But when his opponent has missed, he has found the hit. And it is case in point again there. It's level at 1 apiece. And suddenly the noise levels just begin to amplify inside the arena. Do the Asprey fan club just begin to sense something happening here?
140.
Maybe ask that question again in 2 legs' time. But as for the people who are already in Champions
60.
Week, Rhys Robinson in week 1, that was his second weekly title. Neil Duff, week 4, not his first.
90.
Same goes for Andreas Harrison the following week. And Kieran Tierney, a couple of weeks ago, that was his second weekly title.
60.
But they're all going to be chasing Bo Greaves, the best player from this series.
130.
And he'll be playing at the newly announced Women's Week, which will take place at the end of May. Begins on the bank holiday weekend at the end of this month.
Yeah, looking forward to watching that.
100. Justin, you require 132.
Doesn't have to go for it. Take the ton and run. However, could have taken it in 3.
92.
What we call the sexy way for 132. Not using the bullseye.
He's left himself tops after 12 to move himself 2-1 in front.
57. Justin, you require
He's hoping
40.
to make a move just as Dan is beginning to
that's
feel a
been
few
short of the
nerves.
third line.
It is advantage
Justin.
happy feet. Asprey is going to have to dig as deep as he can to try and conjure something out
down
here.
the throw first. Game on.
This performance from Hood is very similar to that of Labanauskas in the previous match. 94 and change. 40% on doubles.
100.
This is the benchmark. This is where you need to be. And it always helps having the darts. And the only reason he's got those is because he was the best player in Group
83.
2. If Dan was to win, it would be a rematch of the very first game of the night in the final. If Hood wins, there'll be a rematch of a fixture from Group C. Somebody is getting their act together at the minute.
58.
He spent a bit of time this week struggling. Things are starting to click. He looks more focused now than he has ever felt, in my opinion.
140.
I'm convinced that Justin Hood is much better when it's knockout.
You sense he may have to take it out because that 140 turn of Asprey leaves himself on a 2 dart to level this game up.
66.
And Hood's left himself on 48. It's one of those crossroads moments here in this semi-final. 1 dart potentially, 1 dart at tops.
26.
He's not up to it.
Just a require 48.
He had the turn signal, but he didn't turn the right way. Huge chance for Hood. That was a little bit awkward.
Then you require 40.
He went for the bottom portion and couldn't get close.
Yeah, that came short in the
And the
fourth
second
leg.
bite for Dan
Asprey.
gives us a tied match again at 2-2.
Fifth leg
We had a
is
lot
just
of
in the
4-3s
first.
in Group C,
Keenan.
didn't we? We had one day it was 6 in a row. At the minute, we are cruising towards a potential third 4-3 in a row and a fourth for the night.
Well, those are the averages at the beginning of the leg. A
140.
massive difference. But it doesn't matter. And it's all about taking opportunities when they arise. And Asprey O'Kay's had to
93.
bite a few bullets, but when he's had that second bite of the cherry, he has found it. He's now hoping the leg 5 yields a break
60.
opportunity.
If Dan can win this semi-final, we are guaranteed to have another first-time weekly winner in Champions Week, alongside
94.
Conor Heenahan, Bradley Roos. They are two players who had already been to a final before, multiple times, before
78.
getting that weekly win. Jimmy Van Schie and Bradley Brooks in subsequent weeks won at the first attempt,
96.
as did Greaves. What is going to be the story?
28.
It's got to be one or the other. It might come down to what Justin does from here.
126.
Leaves himself on a single to double to move himself a leg away.
95. Justin, you require
Asprey
52.
keeps himself honest on a ton. Gives this 52 a sense of must get. Is it got need? Yes,
That's been
indeed.
short in the
And
fifth
Hood
leg.
is one away.
Justin Hood.
He's almost got all of the ingredients for a wonderful
Six legs
dish.
down the throw first. Game on.
What's the last thing you put on your favourite Chinese meal? A little bit of sauce.
45.
That's what he wants now. That's an interesting thing that just happened there. He's got that definitive spin in the grip
98.
before he prods the dart forward. First dart there wasn't in his fingertips right, but he still remained out there and corrected it.
100.
Turned out to be a pretty good visit for something like that happening in a moment like this.
$96.
Would these two ever come across each other in domestic darts if it wasn't for this place? Maybe.
140.
They might play county against each other if they were playing for their respective counties.
93.
But in an individual sense, this is where you can make a difference. This would make a difference.
140.
A 140 timed to the extreme when his back's against the wall. He could be heading to a second successive last leg
96.
decide in our
Then you
semi-finals.
require 76.
Just don't hit the bull. He doesn't. But does he now?
45. Justin, you require
118.
180.
The number needed for Justin for the final.
Just below. Cannot find this time.
58.
And so
Then
Asprey
you
is
require
back. He's going to
31.
have a couple of darts at a double of choice. The double of choice is double 14. Double 7 has to go.
24.
It doesn't go. And so Justin
you
Hood,
require 60.
for his chance to return to the final.
The pain on the left side of the arena as we look at it. It might just get worse.
Double 10. And Happy Feet is into the final dance. Justin Hood gets the better of Dan Asprey by 4-2 to set up a finale with Darius Labanauskas. Asprey, the ADC qualifier from Telford, who's had a fantastic week to get through to the semi-finals, some achievements, and who knows, we may see him back here in the near future. But we're going to see Justin Hood on that stage in a few minutes' time. A 4-2 victor of a 90.43 average, 4 from 11 on the finishing. He's going to take on Darius Labanauskas in the jackpot match in around about a quarter of an hour's time.
Welcome back. The final is set on week 10 of Series 7, and it features a couple of players who were doing battle in Group C earlier this week. Paul Nicholson, Justin Hood and Darius Labanauskas. That is a little bit of a surprise final, isn't it?
Yeah, just a bit. We had a lot of strength in Group A. We had more strength in Group B. We talked about that at the top of the show. But it just goes to show, if you get to Saturday, anything's possible. And Group C combatants, if you're in there in the future, this is what is possible. Justin Hood, who did not play well yesterday, but just got through against the other person who just got through by the tighter margin, and they're in the final. Brilliant.
Yeah, let's see how they got there then. Here are the results from this evening's action. Darius Labanauskas beating Dan Asprey and Ross Montgomery in Group 1. Asprey then beat Montgomery 4-1 to the delight of his home crowd, but then fell to Justin Hood in the semi-finals. Hood had beaten both Ted Evetts and Richie Howson. Evetts, who was beaten by Labanauskas in the closest of the two semi-finals, Paul. So we will start with that one because it was a really good game, wasn't it?
It was a good game. I think winning the group for Labanauskas earlier was a key thing to do. Having the darts, having the ability to put Ted under pressure, that's exactly what he did. Ted didn't really settle into that game fully. He didn't feel any freedom. And I know that Chris Mason, when he's here, he's talking about playing with freedom. Ted this week has played with pressure the entire time since Monday morning. He couldn't have done any more than that. It's quite simple. That's a stunning approach. But this man has got antifreeze in his veins. here tonight. He has definitely done something overnight to prepare himself mentally for this. That is clinical with a capital C. Wonderful from the Lithuanian.
The reaction from Ted Evetts as well when he hit that 174 suggested he knew that was going to be, well, I can't say it was too little, but too late.
Sometimes you just know. 56 is not a gimme. No double is a gimme. You've seen that with certain shots tonight. But the fact remains, he's still got to hit it, but the likelihood of Labanauskas doing it tonight, it's right there because he's been so reliable.
And then you call it the battle of the crowd, and it went the way of Hood. They've had that experience before of seeing Justin win on that stage. Was it experience that won him that semi-final against Dan Asprey?
It was having the darts and the experience, because if you look at the numbers coming from Dan, they weren't there tonight. He was good enough to get through against other opponents, but against someone as seasoned as Justin Hood, who always makes Saturday night when he comes here, that was just a bridge too far. But a fantastic week for Dan Asprey. He's definitely going in the right direction. This week will teach him where he goes next.
Yep, it has been a fantastic week, and I'm sure we're going to get a fantastic final. Happy feet, maybe dancing on that stage at the end, or Darius Labanauskas is trying to stop him from doing that. But look, this week's been great, Paul. Let's now have a look at what's happening next week. This is the Week 11 lineup here at the Modus Super Series, and we've got some interesting players, including, right in the middle of the screen there, a second chance for the reigning champion, Scott Taylor.
Yeah, he's going to be really, really happy that he's got another crack at it. He wants to become the second person to retain the Super Series title. And the last time he qualified for Champions Week, he did so in Week 12. So it's not too dissimilar in this second chance. He's going to be fresh as well. When he played in Week 12 the last time in Series 6, he played all week, then won, had a day off, then played all week again. He was spent by the end of the series. This time, he might just have a bit more fuel in the tank, so watch out for him, but also watch out for Aidan Kirk in that group.
Yeah, and Devon Peterson coming back for a second time. He loved it when he came here for the first time. Same goes for Ashley Coleman, who really got a few eyes on the Super Series, didn't he?
Yeah, Ashley played some good stuff. I know that he averaged 104 in one of his games, so he will expect to make a first appearance on a Saturday. He's got a great deal of scope to do that. But I think what's important for Devon is that he finds a formula in the first 3 days that is something he can use for later in the week. He's got to find that formula. If he is still searching by the end of the week, then he's going to have to leave Portsmouth and try and find it soon, because it just looks a little lost at the minute.
Yeah, that will be the penultimate week before Champions Week. There are only 3 places left up for grabs, and one of them is going to go now. Let's just show you all of the players that have made it through so far. Reece Robinson, I mean, what a night that was. Week 1, it seems so recent, but some huge names. Neil Duff, former world champion. Jimmy Van Ski, who stole the hearts of the crowd here in Portsmouth. And most recently, Bo Greaves. Whoever joins them, it's going to be a fantastic Champions Week.
Well, what we've seen from certain weeks, Bradley Brooks was sensational in his semi-final and final in his Week 7. Greaves was imperious. Jimmy Van Ski's night was just drama-ridden from dart 1 to the final shot. I don't think I'll ever forget that night as long as I live. And I'd love to see a night like that in Champions Night. And that's the kind of thing you'll get from these kind of players.
Right, let's talk about tonight's final then. Darius Labanauskas and Justin Hood, 2 more contrasting characters you could not wish to meet. I mean, you couldn't imagine them on a night out together, could you? But everyone's here for a good night out. Who is going to provide the most entertainment on the dartboard?
Darius is an entertaining player. If you like good, clean darts without reaction, he plays it in a robotic way, the same way that Andreas Harrison does, a winner from earlier in the series. But the way that Justin Hood focused in that semi-final, that was encouraging. He likes to play with a smile every now and again, but this is not the time to smile until the last dart is found. There's a really good time to find your best game of the week. Some people have done it in this series in the final. Someone might have to do it here.
The first dart will be thrown by Darius Labanauskas. Just got word that he has won the bull in the practice room. The only match that there is a bull up for at the Super Series is the final. Has it all just fallen into place for Darius Labanauskas all of a sudden? It seems to have kind of gone that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, just a bit. What a week he's had. This time last week he was in Austria, playing in the Austrian Darts Open. He knew he was coming here on Monday. Whether he had a period of... I know you don't get jet lag from Vienna to here, or from Graz to here, but it took him a bit of time to get things together. He did improve from A to C, eventually, but now it seems as if everything has fallen into place. let's see if he's got the last piece of the jigsaw.
Now, one of the sort of different conditions here at the Super Series is that often, if you're a player that's come from quite far afield, say Scotland like Ross Montgomery or Lithuania like Darius Labanauskas, it's not likely you're going to have many fans in the audience. Labanauskas is a different kind of character to Montgomery. We saw him kind of get affected by Asprey having support. Do you expect Labanauskas to deal with that better? Because Justin Hood has a huge following in this relatively small arena.
He does. They're incredibly respectful, the Hood clan, but Darius doesn't get ruffled by anything. You could throw him in a lion's den and he wouldn't be ruffled. It's just the way he plays. He's a transient player who goes from country to country to get success. He lives in airports, hotels and darts venues, and he's always playing an away game. When has he ever played on a stream or on TV in Lithuania? Never. So when he plays on these stages, whether it's in the PDC, Modus Super Series, WDF, BDO, he's always played an away game. This is just another day at the office.
It certainly is. Well, we're going to see who will win it. You're going to join Henry Deacon. It is time for the final of Week 10. Will Labanauskas lift the trophy, or will the night be good for Hood? Let's find out.
Tops. And Labanauskas is heading to the final. And Happy Feet is into the final dance.
It is almost trophy time here at the Modus Super Series Week 10. Justin Hood and Darius Labanauskas about to go head-to-head. They're on the stage, ready to do battle in the final. A place at Champions Week awaits the winner. Will it be Labanauskas lifting the trophy and taking the title on debut, or will the man who's won here before, Justin Hood, repeat that happy feat? Let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so here we go to the final, a place where Justin Hood has already got happy memories before winning Series 3 Week 8 up against Darius Labanauskas, a man on debut who would have had expectations of going deep in this competition, and he is now a solitary victory away from going all the way towards winning the title at his first tilt at the Modus Super Series. They plays it Champions Week up for grabs 4-1. And whoever does make it through the Champions Week in 3 weeks' time out of these two will be a real competitive threat.
First leg,
these two came through Group C. We don't often see that. But these two players aren't just normal Group C players. It's Labanauskas with the darts. And the way that he's been playing this evening, he's won both of his matches on throw by 4 legs to 3 and using that throw as a distinct advantage.
Plotting his way through the night. And now looking to do it at Justin's expense. What we were just talking about with Chris Murphy is a very important thing. Some people do get perturbed and disturbed by the audiences when you're playing an away game, but Darius, he plays away every single week.
99.
This is just another day at the office. Another dartboard, another hockey, another opponent, another challenge. This is Hood, of sorts, on home soil.
81.
Another typically brilliant start from Labanauskas, and he's been doing it all night long.
And I suppose there's a contrast in styles in the fact that you've got the reliability and the
49.
consistency of Labanauskas up against the maverick flair of Justin Hood, for whom we know at any moment can rattle off 10 darters, but at the same time could rattle off something mid-range too.
100.
I think that's a very good way of putting it. I would liken Labanauskas to someone like Christopher Tysky.
100.
Really reliable.
80.
Not a flair player, but he is up against a maverick. Double 10.
Yeah, that's game short in the first.
Just isn't missing tonight in the key moments. Constantly taking the lead.
Second leg is just in the throw first.
And constantly winning. Do you know who he was reminding me of tonight? Sebastian Coe. In an 800 or 1500 metre race. He takes the lead from the off and he stays there
constantly to the end. And it does feel like Cole that he's got gas left in the tank at the end. He could do another 400 metres.
At this point, we may have to pay homage to Matthew Edgar, because around about this time last week, me and you were stood on stage speaking about this week, and he said this is the type of environment that Darius Labanauskas would thrive in. It took him a few days to get used to the Super Series environment, to get used to this format, but now he has got his feet under the table. He is a preeminent threat.
And if he comes back to Champions Week, he's got a friend here in Andreas Harrison, someone who he hangs around with
44.
at Nordic and Baltic stuff. If Darius can find a 2-treble visit, he will take the darts of sorts. He's not going to do that.
60.
You get the sense that Justin Hood's just going to have to pick up on these little bit of scraps that Darius may give him every now and then.
Very much so. We said all night that you cannot afford to give this guy 2 bites.
140.
$130 for Justin Hood. Now, it's just a little bit of a flashpoint in the crowd to the back of your picture, which I think has just put Justin off somewhat.
Darius isn't put off. He'd probably play darts like this if a meteor hit Earth. Look at that. There is only one word in the English language to describe the way he's playing tonight. Lethal.
Third leg, it's Darius to throw first.
Let this statistic sum it up for you. At no point tonight has Darius Labanauskas been in a losing position, and now he has the winning position very much in his hands.
Yeah, this is exactly what he's about.
180.
We did say that you have to find your best darts towards the end sometimes.
70.
In the first game of the night, Darius averaged 98.52, his best average of the week by 5 points. His worst average of the night, 92.83. It's almost as if the first 5 days of the week there was an imposter in the room. And the real Labanauskas has turned up now.
Well, this is turning into Darius Labanauskas, because he is sweeping aside Justin Hood with a matter of ease right now.
60.
And the man from the southwest has seemingly got no answer from this Arctic breeze.
It's got to be purple right now. This patch has got to be sustained.
Darius, you require 161.
And he might have to do it from 3-0 down.
Well, if the 2 semi-finals were tight, this has been the exact opposite. Although, again, Justin's going to have a little bit of an outside chance
41.
because Darius has only scored 41. He has to hit big and apply ample pressure on the Lithuanian.
140.
That's good pressure.
Darius, you require 120.
But it's not up to him. And it hasn't been all match. Because Hood has not had a dart at double yet. He should get one now.
You get the
60.
sense that we're reaching the
Just
game on or
requires
game over
70.
territory. If Hood pins the 70, it is game very much on. Double 16.
54.
And if Labanauskas can pin the 60,
Darius, you
he is free
require
clear with 4 left to
60.
play.
He's been visit perfect so far. And that's bad news for Justin.
40.
First time he's missed.
Justin, you require 16.
And Hood must pounce.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
And Hood with his merry people behind him. He does get this one back on throw, but only just.
Forward leg is Justin to throw first. Game on.
You said earlier in the week, Henry, he's not necessarily lucky, but Darius is plucky.
57.
But Hood is just about in with a shout. Trebleless visits can't happen much from here on out.
97.
The best game he's played all week, this guy right here, was the first one. At that point, you're thinking, he's going to cruise Group C.
126.
It felt like he was cruising after Thursday. But since then, it's like he's been skiing in the mud uphill. But he's still standing.
100.
Hood is still on the slopes as opposed to on the ropes at this present moment in time. And actually, he's creating a counter-attack which could see this game level in next to no time at all, where a few moments ago, it looked like he was facing a 3-zip deficit right in the face. As it just began to evaporate a little bit here for Darius,
81.
because the trajectory of this match is swinging in one man's favour, and that man is Justin Hood.
You said it, Henry. He hasn't been behind all night.
98.
He's not going to be behind at the end of leg 4, come what may. But how much would he love to be 3-1 up? What a great time for a maximum. He has not hit a great deal of them this week. How big is this shot at tops?
40.
That could be the miss that derails the chances of Justin Hood. Labanauskas, courtesy of that max, when he looked like a bystander in this leg, is now going to have a couple in hand at double 16 to establish a 3-1 lead. And Laban is a leg away from becoming the first ever Lithuanian to win a week. And that would mean Lithuania would become the 13th different nation to be represented at the Champions Week. He has got the hopes of a nation on his shoulders. He has got a lot to ponder.
$91.
Doesn't give a great deal away, Darius. But when he hit that double 16, he showed the camera and not his opponent just how much he wants this.
139.
We're getting very close to last orders for Happy Feet.
But how gutsy has he been throughout the course of the match? But still, Labanauskas throws haymaker scores at him.
100.
I would classify Darius as an axe.
137.
But not a sharp one. He's like a blunt one that constantly hurts you, but he's going to hit you more times to chop you down.
Oh, how has he carved that out following the first dart?
That was a hurtful shot. So could this be. But it is a chance to win the week.
It's championship point for Darius Labanauskas. Champion fish point. But he's not going to take it. And so Hood returns for the 86 to bring it back to 3-2.
100. Justin, you require 86.
Someone's opened their wallet already for the winnings.
What a time for that to happen. Will that just give him a little bit of levity, I wonder? Let's find out on double 7.
79.
It may not.
Darius, you require 70.
This is way more doable than 170. Darius Labanauskas of Lithuania has won week 10.
And the match, and the Modus
Look at the joy on the face of Lucky D. He's not lucky. He may be plucky, but he is a winner. And the first Lithuanian to win at the Modus Super Series. The 13th country to be represented in a Champions Week. You can see what it means to him. And not only that, he is going to be the representative of the 6th country in the Champions Week, from week 10 through to Series 7. What a great night of darts. He was never behind. Not behind at any point. On a Saturday night tells you everything about where his game is at. And considering his best performance in a game this week, which has spanned 6 days, coming into tonight was 92. He has bettered that tonight 3 times from the 4 games he's played. That is the final. Justin Hood with his best darts tonight in the final, averaging 95.87, but he didn't get enough shots at a double. Labanauskas brilliant on the doubles, finding a ton plus checkout, and he found 180s at brilliant times as well. 98.09 for him, a 4-1 victory, and my oh my, is that going to be felt in Lithuania and the Nordic and Baltic region, because they've now got 2 players into the Champions Week. Let's hear from Darius. He's your Week 10 winner.
Thank you very much, Darius Labanauskas. Many congratulations. You're the winner of Week 10. Just sum up how you feel right now.
It was 2 seconds. Was maybe 5 minutes or 2 seconds after final. It's very hard to say something smart, but actually I was debut here, and I was good day today, and throw a little bit faster, and yeah, feel good checkouts, good score.
What clicked so well this evening? Because your standard of play throughout the whole course of the evening was superb. It was immaculate. It was above 90 in every single match.
Oh, really? Because I don't have phone, I don't know.
He hasn't been Instagramming, I promise.
Everybody said it's a surprise for crowd. Yeah, it's okay. It's great. I played against good players and show good level on a correct moment. It's really nice. Yeah, it's like really enjoy this moment.
What sort of personal achievement is this for you? Because you've done so much in your career, but what does winning this title, winning this week mean?
This is my best title on this week. It's major title, but actually, yeah, it's one of the biggest win maybe on last couple of years. I think it's like that, yeah.
And so now, through to Champions Week, an opportunity to play for £25,000, the big trophy, the big check. How much are you now looking forward to that in a few weeks' time?
It's when will be on
it's
this?
End of May, 20th of May it starts to the 25th, Champions Week.
All right, I will ready to go and come and to win bigger title.
It's all about winning the big trophies, isn't it, Darius?
Yes.
Well, on that note, I'm going to take that microphone off of you. I'm going to let you lift the trophy. That is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of Week 10 is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, Darius Labanauskas enjoying that moment. Paul, it means a lot to him, doesn't it? He's had a long, illustrious career, but picking a trophy up in front of a crowd here and all the people watching around the world, it's a big moment for him, isn't it?
It is. Everything he does is for himself, it's for Lithuania, and it's for Nordic and Baltic darts, which has helped him an awful lot in his career. But think about all of the different places that he's been, and let's not forget as well, this is his first week here. He's got friends all around the world, has Darius Labanauskas. He's one of the friendliest people as well.
It looks like he's made some friends as well, because that's a nice touch. Both Dan Asprey and Justin Hood coming straight up to congratulate.
Yeah, very much so. I think because he spent so much time in the practice room this week, he'll have made some friends for life, I'm sure. But ultimately, you've got to beat your friends in this game to get the titles. And it's his first chance to get a win here this week. Think about the people who have been here multiple times and not even made Saturdays. He's made Saturday at the first attempt and had one of the most storied routes to get here, and then he dominated here tonight.
Just enlighten us on that story, because some of the viewers may have only tuned in for the Saturday night, and it seemed like Labanauskas might have been the best player all week, but that hasn't been the case, has it?
Not at all. He was 4th in Group A. He was 2nd in Group C, but he was top of that group with a game to go. But the only reason he was in that position is because he was hanging around 3rd position, and then towards the end, he needed to sprint for the finish, got the results, and waited for someone to stutter, and that person who stuttered was Johnny Haynes. Johnny watching this right now will think, that could have been me. It is Darius.
Yeah, but he's had some big finishes this week. You mentioned against the match against Haynes, he had a 90 finish in that, but he was at it again in the final tonight, wasn't he?
He was at it in lots of different ways here tonight. 2 really good performances in his first game and his last game, and shots like that were giving Justin Hood so much trouble. He found it very hard to get into the game, but I think even Justin would admit that when he got chances, he didn't take all of them, and as a result, Darius was a very befitting champion.
And to do it in the sort of bear pit of having his opponent, it's almost like when you used to play pub darts and you go to an away match, isn't it? To do that, it takes some guts, doesn't it?
It does. I've talked about many players on the tour over the last few years, and some of them have got great qualities to play away games. I still think that Johnny Clayton, if we were going to have this planet and have a team captain against another planet, Johnny Clayton would be my captain, because his ability to play away games is legendary. Labanauskas would be on that team as well, because his ability to play when he's being heckled or even when he's not, but he is supported against, he can still do it, and he dominated that final from start to finish.
Still down there, isn't he? Signing autographs, getting selfies. It's become a real big thing, this Super Series. Every week in this series, we've had a healthy audience here. Many people want to come and enjoy the moment. Where else would you get a player win the trophy, walk off stage and immediately mingle with the fans?
Well, let's face facts. A lot of the people who come here are local. They come from the county of Hampshire. Why else would Darius Labanauskas come to Portsmouth? This is a darts county. This is now a darts city. This place is where worlds collide. And we've got 2 Nordic and Baltic qualifiers into the Champions Week. And some of these people might have admired Labanauskas for years. We're talking about a guy who's hit a 9-dart leg on the Ali Pali stage. We're talking about someone who's been in a final on the PDC Pro Tour. This is a guy you can admire, and you're going to admire him some more because he's coming back later in the month.
Certainly is. Right, let's just reflect on the entire night. Here are all of the results from this evening. Now, Richie Howson was the favourite before a dart was thrown, but lost both of his group games, losing to Ted Evetts and Justin Hood in a really difficult group. Labanauskas winning both of his group games in Group 1. Ross Montgomery going out of that group. But I just did want to speak about the 2 losing semi-finalists once more, Ted Evetts and Dan Asprey. Now, Ted, he will probably feel he should be winning events like this at this stage of his career, somewhere between getting back on the tour and doing stuff in the secondary tours, if you like. But Dan Asprey, what has he learnt about himself this week?
He's learned how he feels under the pressure of the lights and the cameras, and that could be invaluable for him. I would say that he has increased the amount of hunger for what he wants to do in the future. When he wakes up tomorrow, if he's not more hungry than he was last Sunday, I'd say it was a week failed. As far as Ted is concerned, I'd be positive. There was some really good form here this week. He created a personal best for himself, averaging 111 in a game. That is a positive. But he's also made his first Saturday and got through his group. So trending in the right direction. I would now set your stall out, Ted, to try and get a weekly win sometime this year and get into a Champions Week. That would be a successful year.
Certainly no failure from Darius Labanauskas. What does he bring to Champions Week?
Focus, an ice-cold stare to the board, and I think he brings companionship to Andreas Harrison, so watch out everybody else.
Yeah, and potential winner? There are a few people who you would look at in any Champions Week and go, they could actually win this. Has he, with his performances tonight at least, put himself in that bracket?
Definitely. You would put him in the same bracket as Andreas. Dangerous at the minute, and we have to take him as someone in form now, considering what he's done tonight. What he does between now and the Champions Week is incredibly important. He's going to have to plot things really, really well, but you'd maybe put him in the same bracket as someone like Bradley Brooks. Bo Greaves is out on her own at the minute, but don't forget about people like Darius. It's not going to be a script like Champions Week. Someone might tear it up.
And I know that you're a big advocate of winning quite late in a series, so that could work for him as well.
It's been written, hasn't it? All of our winners have come from the second half. So when your form is good and you're only a fortnight out from Champions Week, it's a good sign.
It certainly is. Well, thank you for your company this week. We'll see you again very, very soon indeed. And we hope to see you again very soon indeed. Here on week 10, the Lithuanian Labanauskas lobbed his way to lifting the trophy. But we're going to be back next week to do it all again.
Shot on the second leg, Asprey Coleman.
And I'll make sure that Joe Proctor's not even going to look at tops this time.
Double 18 for 116. And a ton topper for Devon Peterson.
And he's hit it.
First leg. Game shot the second leg.
Okay, double 13. That'll do. He has got form for that.
And board management, you've got to smile because it's just so natural and normal.
Trina Gulliver.
It's a lovely finish, to be fair.